Hello everyone, am I live? Can anybody hear me? Feel free to let me know in the chat if you can. It's great. It's a great method of figuring out both how long the chat delay is and of course whether I'm actually live or not. I did see that there was a lot. You can hear me, that's great, and the chat delay wasn't even that long. Welcome to the stream, everybody. It's been a long time since I streamed, and I do these live streams at intervals, so between every single one I always have exactly the right amount of time to forget absolutely everything. So it did take a while to set it up, and as usual the chat box isn't working whatsoever. It's super strange. I had multiple streams without it. You might not even know what I'm trying to talk about, but basically I want the chat messages to show up on the screen as well as in the live chat, because that will make the experience better if somebody is watching the stream afterwards. I have one thing that I want to try to do. Maybe chat messages are going to start popping up on the screen, but I think that's impossible. I love a Trainal's suggestion, fix it then. I would love to do that, but I have spent hours trying another time, and then something very random just worked for some reason. I don't think I've ever seen the chat this active, and the live stream hasn't even started. There's usually like one chat message every 5 minutes or something, but there seems to be a lot of people here. So, how is everybody's 2026 going? Has anything fun happened so far? Try another hour? What? I don't even know what you are trying to say. Why is there a shirt? There were some very appropriate messages sent in my Discord server recently. There is a rumor that I was going to be shirtless for this stream. Unfortunately, the rumor is not quite sure. Or it's not quite true. We'll see what happens. I mean, you never know. You never know. That depends on how good all of your vivariums are. Whoa! The chat box just appeared, and that's great. I didn't do anything. It was just a few minutes late or something. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. I fixed the chatbot somehow. Anticipation is truly a great thing. Let's hope for a great year for all of our enclosures and all of our animals. The rumor is real, he's not lying, trust him. I'm kidding, of course. I mean, who knows, who knows? I think this channel should be child-friendly, hopefully. Anyways, I think it's about time to get started with this year's viewer vivarium review livestream. I think chat messages are going to start disappearing eventually, because otherwise they're going to obstruct a lot of text, but I think that's going to be fine. Yeah, I am using Streamlabs to get the chat box. However, it's obviously has varying levels of how well it works, but somehow it managed to work. I start every single stream by ranting about the chat box not working and trying to get it fixed somehow. We have some questions before we start going. The Discord server is in the description. Feel free to join it, and you will know why this discussion has taken place, where the rumors are coming from, and what I'm studying. I'm actually not studying anything at the moment. These past few months I was studying film, and now I'm working as a chess instructor. But I'm going to resume studying most likely after this summer. I should probably put something up, like a really fast Instagram story saying that I'm live or something, in case people have forgotten, and maybe ping everybody in the Discord server. Yes, I want to ping 100 people. That's great. My chess rating is only getting worse ever since I started actually, teaching chess. Because I don't really challenge my own playing capabilities when I'm teaching 10-year-olds who don't know how the knight moves or anything like that. So I'm just losing every single classical game that I play by now. It's not going very well at all, actually. but maybe sometime in the future I'm going to increase. I think I'm 1800, but judging from these last games, I have probably gone below that. I guess I could look it up, but I think that's a bit off topic. I really have no idea what my current rating is. Anyways, say hi to... I don't know if there's anything that I'm leaking that I shouldn't be leaking. No, I think it's fine. This is going to be for the Instagram reel. I feel so antisocial. Usually I would have posted this a few minutes before going live, but you know, it's too late because I was busy with the chatbot. Should I type going live shirtless rumors in the Instagram story? I don't think I'm going to do that. You're going to have to... that's for the people in the Discord and for the people who are here, of course. Anyways, I think it's time to stop ranting and start talking, I suppose. So, today we have quite a few vivariums to review. I don't know why she's... oh yeah, for the... I guess for the Instagram story, that would make sense. Everybody in the chat is saying hey, she's. I will check out Herb Time's YouTube channel for Chinese crocodile lizards at some point as well. Your phyllobates are too stupid to even check with the rook. I mean, unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. I wish my animals were better at playing chess, so I could get some competition, but unfortunately they are not. Anyways, I've been talking for way too long. I think I have 24 submissions so far for vivariums to be reviewed, and there will most likely be a few new ones during the stream as well, so we are going to add more eventually. But now it's finally time for the first one. And of course I have forgotten to bring up the messages, which I always like to have on my separate monitor. Oh, you're going to see when I switch from a light tab to a dark one, very obviously in my face cam. You're going to have to live with that. Your Lucomelas can check with 2 bishops. I mean, that's incredible. Can't cope with criticism. I mean, too bad. I guess we are not going to get to enjoy it. My chess rating is 1800 feed classical over the board, and online it's like it's 2000 in rapid and bullet. So if any any chess players want to challenge me, then join my Discord and hit me up and we'll figure that out. Anyways, the first submission is this one. It houses some... Should I move the chat? I think I should move the chat. It houses some... Is this better? I'm not sure if it is. I think so. Yeah. This first enclosure houses some Dendrobates leucomelas and some northern glass frog, which I think is the common name for Hyalinobatrachium fleischmanni. But I really... what do you say? Common names can often be confusing, as there can be multiple species with the same common name or one species with many different common names. But I think this is the species they were referring to. So I will of course bring up the note as I was going to do and got distracted. You know, you have so much fun live streaming, you get distracted by so many different things. Let's see if we have it. Here we go. This was their first vivarium, and it has been growing in for about 2 months. It now houses a pair of leucomelas and a northern glass frog. It's the new Exoterra Pro model, and the doors absolutely suck because the door mechanism breaks easily, I think is what they intended to say. Do not recommend. I have seen the new Exoterra model and they look so awful. I don't think you should buy it. I mean, you kind of don't have a choice because I think they stopped manufacturing the old Exoterra tanks. For those of you who don't know, Exoterra is the main vivarium manufacturer, and their old tanks, they weren't perfect, but I think they were pretty good, and the new ones are horrible. You know, don't... if you can avoid it, I would avoid it, but who knows, maybe that's not going to be the case in the future. It's almost like I'm teasing this bottom row of tabs here. I'm not going to boot up Minecraft. Actually, you didn't see the Minecraft logo, but it looked like I was going to do that. I was just moving my cursor around. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, new Exoterra models, they are really not good. Do buy it, they suck. Do you mean don't buy it? They've tried to make a cross between the old and the Frogs and Co ones. I guess that would make sense. Maybe we'll get back to the Morning Gecko Phyllobates discussion later in the stream. I'm realizing that I'm just getting way too distracted, and we're going to sit here for I mean, we are going to sit here for many hours, but we don't have to sit here for too many hours. Anyways, my thoughts about this enclosure. I think the ground level of this tank looks really good. You have some nice leaf litter here, you have a good plant selection, you have forgotten to add a coconut hut on top of the beautiful plastic bottle cup, but to be honest, I also have forgotten that in many of my tanks, or not forgotten, but procrastinated and ended up not caring. So I can see several of these little cans in some of my tanks. These are of course for drainage. I like to use the top half of a plastic bottle for that. However, the thing that I'm definitely noticing about this tank is the background. I could be wrong, but this really doesn't look like something that holds moisture in the same way that, for example, Hygrolon does, or something along those lines. So I'm not quite sure how much the plants will like it. To be fair, it does look like this ficus is growing fine on it, and I can imagine that if it would get covered in ficus, then eventually that's going to be good. But besides that, I'm honestly not sure how well this is going to work out. I am a big advocate for using Hygrolon. I kind of like it. I know everybody in my Discord apparently hates it, and I'm the only one that doesn't from the discussions we've had there. But I do like Hygrolon, but I think this this thing is... I would guess this thing is worse, though I honestly don't know. Is this your tank, Herbs for Life? Yeah, I mean, if it does hold water fine, then maybe it can work. Who am I to judge when I haven't tried it myself? It does feel a bit odd to me somehow, though. We have some larger leafed plants. We have this nice Monstera, I guess this is Adansonia laneata, the one that's falsely sold as acuminata every once in a while. And some, I guess this is Philodendron micans. So you do have some larger leaf plants, and of course I almost forgot about this philodendron in the middle. I guess this is it Billietiae, or is it a cross between Billietiae and Atabapoense? You have to let me know which one of those it is. We have some larger leaves plants, and at first I was going to say that I wish there were some more of them, because I don't see these plants providing a ton of leaves in like the upper half, but honestly I could be wrong now that I see the big philodendron here. I guess this is like a Hoya in the back, and what's this plant? Quite curious about that one. And you also have some other nice, I guess these are like orchids thingy. It's a Billietiae. I would have supposed that because they are more common than Billietiae Atabapoense hybrids. I think this is, you know, obviously not the prettiest looking tank right now, since there is so much of this background which I think you want to have covered in the long run, I would suppose. And especially since it's not like one big piece of this, well, not mesh, but liner or whatever you would call it. Especially since it's not one big piece, it's a bunch of like small pieces put together in some a bit funny ways. So at the moment this is obviously not my favorite display tank of all time, but it does look like it's serving a good purpose, and I can imagine that in 6 months from now it's going to look a lot better. I think what I would add is maybe a small leaved plant to this side of the tank, as well as one with a lot smaller leaves on this side as well, because you have a lot of large leaves plants on this side, and honestly not many climbers at all on this side. You have these seemingly terrestrial plants here, and you know, you have a great ficus quercifolia here in the back, and maybe taking a cutting from there and placing right on the ground here in the corner, and on this side could be great. because I like to spread out the leaves of different sizes in my tanks, and I am an advocate for planting your vivariums fairly sparsely, but I think I would I think on this side there's nothing that's ever going to reach these areas, and you know, sure, the ficus is definitely going to spread from where it is, but it's almost never going to go downwards, or not as its main way of growing at least, so it's not going to reach like down here in the corner, or like the lowest few inches here. So I think I would add something with smaller leaves, and of course taking cuttings from this beautiful ficus would be one solution. I think a begonia prismatocarpa could also be a great solution. Maybe on this side actually you get some medium-sized leaves, and maybe some other large-leaved plants on this side, unless the Scindapsus in the corner is going to cover the walls, of course. And as is mentioned in the tank, you could absolutely add more wood to utilize the height of the tank. I guess that's up for discussion, but if you don't have more large-leaved plants, I think I probably would. I could imagine having a nice cork bark branch, or like not super thick cork bark tube, maybe like from up here and down here. Of course I cannot move my mouse in 3 dimensions, but you get my point, from up here to maybe somewhere here in the center, so it goes in the air kind of. I think the frogs would love that, and the plants. There is a water area that you can't see. That is interesting. I feel like a water area that you can't see is not the most useful, but maybe you can see it easily in real life. I cannot even guess where it is, to be honest. Anyways, I have to speed up a little bit because I'm going to. We've been on suggestion number 1 for 20 minutes. To be fair, with some technical difficulties and all of that, but still. I usually review the tanks from on a scale of 1 to 10, and I imagine that like 5 points are for it being a great environment for the frogs, and the other 5 points are from an aesthetic viewpoint. Then I usually just give a total score out of 10, and oftentimes those go kind of hand in hand, but not always. But that's kind of my mindset, you know, something that's perfect for the frogs but looks super ugly is going to get a 5, and something that's horrible for the frogs but looks super pretty is probably not going to appear in the stream in the first place, but maybe also somewhere around a 5. That's my logic with the scores, but I am also going to be very harsh, because otherwise everybody gets an 8 or 9 or 10, and that's not going to be any fun. So the standards are quite high. That's just a small rundown of how my scoring usually looks. But well, what are we going to give this one? I think like a 7, or actually I think maybe a 6, because aesthetically so far this isn't something super impressive with all the different fabric pieces and all of that. But it seems to work, and I can definitely see the vision. And once again, it's kind of my fault that many plants are very sparsely planted, as that is something that I always recommend in all of my videos. Maybe that's overemphasizing my influence, but you get my point. I think a 6 out of 10 is solid, because it's not like it's small or anything like that. You know, I'm sure it works, but it will be very appreciated in a bit more time, we can certainly say that. There were a lot of people who submitted the same enclosures today, or for this live stream, that also submitted enclosures like last summer when I did this, and it's very interesting seeing your tanks having grown in since then. So feel free to submit this one again next year, or if I do some live stream this summer or something along those lines. Anyways, time to move on to the next one, and that is this enclosure. Actually, maybe I should check up to see if there are any chat messages I have missed, but I don't think there are too many. I do read them all, but I haven't reacted to all of them. I think glass frogs and dart frogs together is a decent combination in a very tall tank where there are a bunch of big leaves for the glass frogs to hang out on. I think the glass frogs also appreciate the water feature, which is not really appreciated by the frogs, even though it can certainly have some good effect. Anyways, this is submission number 2, and this one houses a Dendrobates tinctorius acerius. Before saying anything else, I'm going to collect my thoughts while also trying to bring up the note that they left on their message, so we see anything interesting. Yes, this person did send this submission the last live stream as well, but back then the vivarium was newly planted and had no frogs in it, so it wasn't as lush. In November I finally bought a Dendrobates acerius froglet and it's doing great. I originally wanted 2, but in the end I decided it's better to just start with 1. I didn't want to accidentally end up with 2 females. Maybe I'll get a second one in the future, but only after I find out what gender this one is. So that was the note. To be completely honest, I didn't recognize this enclosure, and I didn't even recognize it now, despite having read 2 hours ago while putting the slideshow together that this was a resubmission. But I suppose that is a very good sign. I mean, not like it would have looked bad before, but you realize that if I don't recognize the tank, which I would for I think most of them, that means it has really grown in a lot from that time. I don't really know what size this tank is. Is this actually the new Exoterra as well? I see this weird lock mechanism. I'm not entirely sure. This is your Sommel. Welcome to the stream. Let's hope I'm not too harsh. No, I'm just kidding, of course. Is this the new Exoterra, or is it Frogs & Co? I'm just noticing, or is it something completely different? I just think the lock looks a bit weird. But anyways, this tank has definitely grown quite a lot since the last edition of this live stream. I mean, I do technically have the previous rendition somewhere here. Do you think I can find it quick enough? Do you remember what number your submission was last time? Actually, don't answer that. I'm just going to find it quicker than that. So this is last year's stream. Where is it? Am I just not going to recognize it? Oh, is it this one? No, it's not. It's absolutely not. Which one could it be? I really don't remember this tank at all. Why does it say this on the final page? I know I had some random page that I was copy pasting while making the presentation, but anyways, I think we are getting sidetracked, but if you can find it, then feel free to let me know. It's a Reptiplanet enclosure. That is interesting. Wait, you were number 1 last time? How did I miss that? How did I miss tank number 1? Okay, so it was not last time, it's a different presentation. Vivarium review for August. Could it be this one? Is it? Oh, yeah, it's this one. Now that does look a bit more familiar. So now we can see them all side by side. Okay, to be honest, I was really praising how much this had grown in. To be honest, it does look fairly similar to last time. I just don't know how I managed to not recognize it. I do remember it now that I see the old picture, but I guess the angle was different or something. Anyways, that was a big side note that I spent way too long time on. I'm definitely going to be here past midnight my time, and it's 3.5 hours left if I keep going at this pace. Anyways, this is 60 by 45 by 45. That is something great that you mentioned, because this looks like it's way smaller than that. I think it's because these leaves on the ground that you've used, this leaf litter, I don't know what it is, maybe a cashew or something. I suppose these are just massive, because I mean, for this to be a 60 centimeter tank, yeah, it really looked like it was a lot smaller, and I was almost starting to worry about that. but it is way better, way bigger, and of course way better than what it looks like at first. What else can we see here? We see a nice coconut hut over here. Maybe you actually hid your plastic bottle, or maybe you don't have a plastic bottle, you just have a coconut hut. Regardless, that's totally fine. I think this tank is looking pretty good. While it did look a bit different, the selection of plants you had, or not, maybe not the selection of plants, but in the last image you had a very huge Tradescantia over here. And this time it seems like the base of the plant is removed, which is probably great because they really take over everything. This is still Tradescantia in the tank, but it looks like it's a lot less and more manageable. And you can see that the other, in my opinion, nicer looking plants have sort of taken over instead. Mango leaves, that is interesting. I guess that's also a leaf type that exists. Not something I've personally used. Is this a Hoya? I have personally, you know, this is more of a personal opinion rather than some objective fact, but I personally kind of dislike Hoyas in vivariums because they look like they come from a more arid sort of environment. Maybe not arid, that's very dry, but at least a much more dry environment compared to these other animals. Hiking Josh, your photo is probably not too late because I will take some time at the end of the stream to look at more photos that were sent in during the stream. So I will take a look at it at the end, but it might take a few hours to get there. Anyways, this looks like a very solid tank, and I think you have set it up in a smart and not super advanced way, in the sense that you kind of just put a bunch of plants in there, and the frog is definitely going to be happy in there. You know, of course it would be possible to spend more time on the background. I guess this is like a cork sheet or something. It almost looks like the cork is outside of the enclosure, but I don't think that's... Is it the case? Oh, right, it really looks like there's some big paper or something framed around the enclosure. But you know, you have so many plants that it's honestly fine that you don't have a climbable background, because you know your frog is going to find plenty of fun in here. I think this tank is probably like a 6.5. For the style that it's set up, it really works. But obviously, we're going to see tanks that are set up in a very different way, which is more, what can you say? Which are slightly more aesthetically pleasing, while this method is honestly just as good for the frogs from their perspective. And today we have all learned that mango leaves are freaking huge, and just because you see a massive leaf, that doesn't mean the enclosure is super tiny. Yeah, I think a 6.5 is pretty reasonable for this one, because while it is a very simple setup, it has grown in very well. You really use up all the volume, despite the fact that there is no background inside of the tank, which is quite impressive, but obviously a very different style than some of the other tanks we are going to see. So thank you for the submission, and we are going to move on to number 3. Here we have a very unique setup, and this is one of the people who heard what I said when I said upload a picture of your vivarium or your reptile room or amphibian room or whatever it is. Because here we don't just have one tank to review, but also an entire setup. I think this setup houses mostly various gecko species. We can of course see the very nice logo for the Dutch poison dart frog community. They have an association in the Netherlands, similar to how we have an association here in Sweden for dart frog interested people. It's Dendrobatida Nederland. But I think this person said that they don't house any frogs at the moment. I think it was only geckos. So on this row, and I don't know about these ones, I think these are like babies. On this row I think they were housing Lygodactylus williamsi, and on this and some Phelsuma clemeri in one of these tanks. And on the lower row there were Gonatodes, which is another type of dwarf gecko, and then there were some Eridactylodes. I don't think I've ever said that scientific name out loud. Yeah, I don't think I ever said that name out loud before, but I think they were Eridactylodes in these tanks to the left, if I remember their message correctly. I have brought up the message for everybody else, so why don't I just try to find this one. Where is it? Here it is. Can I not open it in a new tab? Why can I not open it in a new tab? That's very dumb. And this person also mentioned their Instagram account in the email. If you do mention it, I will include it in the presentation. I think that free promotion is not shameless at all, and it's well, pretty. I think it's decent. And this person has an Instagram account called Dutch Tropics, so feel free to check that one out. I will definitely check it out after this this review. I haven't so far because I was busy including all of the other 23 submissions in this presentation, but I will check that out at some point. But anyways, I think this is a very, very nice looking gecko collection. Not all tanks are the same version, but it's still a nice unit, because you have these tanks which are kind of 3-in-1 setups on this row, and you have some exoterras on this this side, instead of just randomly mixing them, which is something that I really appreciate. That's something that I kept in mind when I was setting up my recent animal room as well. I wanted the sliding glass door tanks on one side and exoterras on another side, and then you have some random other tanks here and there, but you know, it's fine. I think this is a very nice looking setup. Something that I would point out is, I could be wrong about this, but it really doesn't look like this is a big space where you would like to spend your time watching your animals. That's something that's very important to me in my setup. I really want to be able to see all of my tanks at whenever I'm, you know, sitting in the sofa or by the computer or anything like that. There could of course be some share behind where the camera is that I'm just not noticing. I guess I'm hoping that's the case, but otherwise it's a bit unfortunate when you don't get to enjoy your pets. You know, I would much rather have half the collection size if I could watch them than to have a huge collection with no place for a sofa within visible reach of the enclosures. Anyways, something that you can really see in these tanks is the difference in habitat between Phelsuma species and Ligodactylus, which are the day geckos from Madagascar, and the Gonatodes genus, which is from South America. This is something that I noticed very quickly, as well as the Eridactylodes too, of course. You can see that these tanks have a lot of bamboo in them, and I think I haven't kept any Phelsumas personally, but from everything I have read when I have considered getting into that genus, it really seems like, you know, bamboo is obviously their natural habitat, and they will prefer to sit on smooth surfaces rather than a bunch of branches and all of that. They do of course have the glass and the sides of the enclosures, of course, but they do want plenty of bamboo, while the jungle species from South America, like Gonatodes, they probably don't have that same close relationship with bamboo, and they're used to sitting on more rough surfaces. I think this is something that's often forgotten about when you see dart frog people that want to keep some Phelsuma in their enclosure, because they have read that they can be kept together, and in some cases they definitely can if the enclosure is massive and you have the right circumstances with both UVB for the gecko and colder areas for the frogs. Of course, that is very much possible, but you often see people with a frog tank that throw in a Phelsuma species in there, or a Ligodactylus maybe, but I guess that's not as common. And just end up with one of those geckos that would like smooth bamboo surfaces, and it simply doesn't have any. And I mean, take it with a grain of salt when it's coming from me, because I'm not a Phelsuma breeder, I'm not a Phelsuma keeper, but based on my research, that does sound a bit weird. You know, if you want a Phelsuma, then try to replicate their natural habitat. That is of course the goal when you're keeping any exotic pet. While for Gonatodes, as well as these New Caledonian Eridactylodes, that's not really as necessary. Of course, they might still enjoy some bamboo. I've had some bamboo pieces in the past with my crested gecko, and of course she likes to climb on it, but it's not something strongly ingrained in their natural behavior. Anyways, I think this setup is a great looking one, but you do get some minus points for, or I'm not going to give minus points because you could have a share here, but even if there is a share behind where the camera is situated, I feel like this is, you know, a bit cramped. I wouldn't want my animal room to be, you know, this looks not like a shed, but what do you say? Like a cupboard under the stairs. It feels like Harry Potter is living in here, you know. That was basically my first thought, and you know, I want my animals outside of that small enclosed area. I don't know why I was thinking of the word shed. I guess, you know, cupboard under the stairs is where they say Harry Potter lives. That's just a funny side note, nothing super important. But I think I'm not going to give it a super high score based on that, but I think the enclosures look really nice. They're not overgrown or anything, and if we looked at one individual tanks of these, you could maybe add more branches to something like this one, although I'm not gonna tow this expert, so I'm not going to pretend to be one. But yeah, I mean, these are very nice looking tanks, and I like how it feels like a nice unit. I think we're going to give the room like a 7.5, maybe an 8. We have some really good looking tanks later on, so I cannot give out too high scores. It's not going to be fun if everybody gets a 10. I realized that in previous live streams that I'm handing out so many good scores that they don't have as much impact behind them, but I think an 8 is a very solid score for this one. Maybe just the nice amount of tanks is worth slightly more, and I do like these 3-in-1 tanks a lot. I think they're quite pretty, but for now it's going to be an 8, and it seems like you got a 10 in the chat, so that is great, of course. Time for the next enclosure, and that is this one. Here we have a very big enclosure, 115 by 75 by 115 centimeters. I know all of the Exoterra measurements in inches by heart because I do that conversion so many times. You see so many people talking about their enclosure sizes in inches, but any other sizes I don't know. But for any Americans watching this, you know, this is pretty big. 36 inches is 90 centimeters, so this is probably like more than 40 inches at least, like 42 inches, 45, I don't know. I'm not going to focus on doing math because it's way too late for me to have the energy to do that accurately at this point. But anyways, this tank is 115 by 75, a lot of depth in the tank as well, which I really appreciate, by 115 centimeters. And it houses, currently only houses 5 Hemiphilodactylus typus, which is actually a name I had never heard about before, but I think it was called the Indo-Pacific house gecko or something like that, or maybe just Indo-Pacific dwarf gecko. But it basically looks exactly like a house gecko, but maybe a bit more elongated. It felt a bit slimmer and longer when I was looking at images. But anyways, they keep 5 house geckos in here. That's the point I was trying to get at. Some species which I hadn't actually heard about before, as well as some isopods. This is another name that I've read so many times, but I've never actually pronounced it. Armadillidium? Armadillidium, I think that's it. Klugi from Montenegro. So they keep some isopods in here. It's funny how a European isopod is super common in all of our vivariums. And this person also mentioned that they were planning on adding some Dendrobates auratus Costa Rica and some Hyalinobatrachium valoroi. This is another glass frog, so we were talking about glass frogs before. This is definitely a setup that I could see housing some glass frogs along with dart frogs, although I do think the glass frogs like a water feature, but I'm not sure how necessary that is. Maybe it's just for breeding or something along those lines. I will see if I'm missing anything that this person has written I do have a massive list of plant species. Maybe I could copy paste it in the chat or something. Oh, this person had a YouTube channel, which I forgot to include on the page as well. I guess that would deserve some shout out. I'm actually just going to edit the page and add it over here. Now you have his YouTube channel if you want to. Actually, is my face cam going to be in the way? Oh, my face cam is in the way. That's awesome. Yes, here we go. This person had a YouTube channel, and he also sent a very long list of plants. That's what I was going to in the process of doing. Actually, I don't even know if... How long can a chat message on YouTube be? This is going to be like 10 chat messages. I'm not actually going to do that. You know what? I have a great idea. I have a fantastic idea of how I'm going to do this. First, I just don't want to leak anything about myself or this or about this guy. Okay, I'm not. There we go. Okay, now if anybody is curious about plants, if anybody is skipping through in the VOD or something, you know, the stream after it's done, then you can check out this list right here. Didn't want to use any bromeliads to make it look different, which I think is a very unique approach. A bromeliad-less tank is always a fun sight. You see some nice anthuriums, some aspleniums. You can pause this and check back later, but this is a really nice plant collection. I kind of missed the days when I was this excited about plants and just would write down every single species that I had. I still love vivarium plants, don't get me wrong, but I don't have that same energy to get as many species as physically possible in every single one of my enclosures and all of that. But now you have at least seen the plant species, so if you're curious about any of these, because there are a lot of unique plants in here that you don't see too often in collections. Anyways, my thoughts on this vivarium. I've been talking about way too much other stuff for quite a long time. We're at 45 minutes on submission number 4, so it's going to take a while, but that's totally fine. I think this is a really great looking tank, and it looks very promising. It's not quite material for a 10 yet, because there are still so many exposed hygrolon branches and a lot of empty hygrolon sheet here in the back. But I really want to see how this tank looks in a year from now, or even 2 years from now. So please resubmit this one in the next vivarium review and one after that, because I'm really looking forward to seeing that. I saw some question earlier in the chat that I didn't immediately respond to about the Solanum here, but that is a great looking plant, which I actually found out about on one of these vivarium review live streams, and then I met the guy who told me about that species on an expo, and he gave me a cutting, which I have may or may not killed since then. But you know how many new contacts that you get from doing these streams. So this is a Solanum oleanum, which famous from I think the first one of these live streams that I ever did a long time ago. A great plant species. I think it's very closely related to potatoes if you just look at it from a pure taxonomic standpoint. You have plenty of nice ferns in here as well. Some, I guess this is like microgramma or something, and this, which I don't know what it is. Maybe this is Davalia, or it's just something random, I don't actually know. You have the nice Selaginella on the bottom. Just a lot of cool plants in these tanks. I like how there is no plant in here that's going to steal all of the attention. Maybe you could make some argument about this draconian looking begonia, but besides that, I think it's a nice distribution of different colors, but still mostly green plants. I heard some rule, I think it was from a Mike Tutola video about somebody who built like a cloud forest enclosure. He mentioned, the guy he was interviewing mentioned that he always recommended spending at least 30% of your budget on quote-unquote green boring stuff, because that's what really elevates your setup to the next level and makes it feel like a lush jungle rather than just some weird display for super weird plant species. If you want your tank to look really lush and natural and believable, if you're into that, which I certainly am, then you want to spend quite a bit of money on green boring stuff. And I think there are not like an absurd amount, but there are plenty of just green ferns in here, some green orchids which will of course flower eventually, but not really yet, some nice mosses and some Dahlia, and I don't know why I pointed out Dahlia because I already said fern, but that's besides the point. I think this is a really good looking setup in general. I would like a lot more moss on these branches, but I guess you have painted it with moss mix that simply hasn't taken off yet, or something along those lines. Yeah, I think Solanum Julianum could grow way better than it has for me. I kind of killed it for some reason. Because I placed it in a very dry spot and then I didn't bother moving it when it was very unhappy. So maybe I'll get my revenge whenever I meet Ola the next time or something along those lines. That was, I think, the second enclosure that we ever handed out a 10 to, the first Solanum tank that I reviewed. I mean, Solanum tank, it had a Solanum inside of it at least. I think you mean green interesting stuff, not green boring stuff. I mean, you do have a point. You do have a point. For me, I think the green plants are definitely the most important, in my personal opinion. Potatoes, I was thinking that when I said it out loud. Philodendron verrucosum, one of my favorite species as well. It's a great looking plant for sure. And I guess Begonia ferox is this one, if I'm guessing correctly. It's very similar to a species called Begonia dracopelta, which I have in my tanks. But this is definitely slightly different looking compared to that one. FaceTime livestream coming next, by judging by the speed that I keep showing this tab on and on over and over again. Yeah, great looking tank. What score are we giving this one? I see a lot of potential in it. I'm not going to give it a 10 yet, but it's definitely an 8, and I'm really sure that it's going to be a 10 in like 2 years, at least 9.5 or something, because it's a great looking tank, but it's a bit too naked to give too much comments on it so far. But nice looking scape. I really appreciate the depth that you have. I mean, this one is almost as deep as my widest tanks, so that is a pretty big deal, and of course gives you plenty of opportunities while scaping the tank to create something beautiful. So check this guy out on YouTube. I don't actually know if it was vivarium content or just other stuff, but if you want to do any self-promotion, then feel free to do so, and if you forgot to type in the email, then type in the chat instead. The next enclosure is from a guy in my Discord server, who actually joined the Discord server after a request after my last Vivarium review livestream, so it's interesting. He may or may not be guilty for starting the shirtless rumors, so you can blame that on him, unless I would follow through on it. Keep watching the stream, you never know. Anyways, this is an enclosure which houses some Phyllobates terribilis and some Ophaga solanensis bahia solano. I think he mentioned that he was going to replace the solanensis with Anchicaensis, the redheads, because he wanted a really bold frog in here. And I think he was keeping this enclosure in like his office for some insurance company, so this was the enclosure at work rather than one in a private collection. But this is definitely a great looking tank, for sure. it's very uncommon to see Ophaga solanensis being kept with, or Ophaga histrionica, or any of the large Ophagas being kept together with another species, since breeders of large Ophagas usually want to maximize offspring and leave them alone as much as possible, and they can sometimes be susceptible to stress and random die-offs and stuff like that. But according to this guy, it's working out really well, and honestly this is a big tank. I'm sure that it's going fine. This is also the only time that I included 2 images. I'm really stubborn on only doing 1 image. A lot of you sent multiple images, and in most cases I just picked one, but given that these were 2 vertical ones, I actually had so much space on the screen that I could just include both of them. But anyways, I think this is a really nice looking setup. It has some background, which I don't know what type it is, but it doesn't look like some flat hydrolon. Actually, it is hydrolon, is it? You're going to count my nose hairs here as I'm leaning in towards my monitor. What background is this? Did it say in the email? Maybe I should look that up. Where can I see? Where did my emails go? Why did I remove that tab? I seriously clicked away the tab after showing you the plant list earlier. I'm very good with technology, I promise. Where do I have it? Here we have it. Actually, it doesn't say anything about the background, so I just did that for no reason. Thank you so much for that. Anyways, it is Hygrelon, which is we got confirmation in the chat. Yeah, this is Hygrelon background. What else do I have to say about it? Honestly, not much. Once again, I think this is a great plant selection. I saw somebody comment about the previous tank that the plant selection for that one was a 10 out of 10 and it just needs time. Could be a 10 next year. I think this plant selection is also very close to that. It's not like every single plant in here is my favorite species ever or anything like that. I'm not going to pretend it is, though it kind of is, to be honest. These are only plant species that I personally like, not just ones that happen to be suitable or anything. I think these are all plant species that I would use in my tanks. I guess maybe the Anthurium is going to get too big, but if it's tucked away in the shadows like this, it's probably not going to. I see a question, what is Hygrelon? Hygrelon is a synthetic mesh that you can use to grow epiphytes in, to let the epiphytes climb up against it. It's fairly common to buy here in Sweden and Europe at least. And I think there is some speaker mesh on Amazon, which is basically Hygrelon but only half as thick. So if you buy 2 layers of that, you can use that instead. I haven't tried that personally though. Anyways, back to the enclosure. I really like the scape of this tank, and once again I do like the plant selection. And the thing that makes me like the plant selection is the fact that we don't have any like strange, unnatural looking, very red and painted looking pink variegated plants or anything like that. You mostly focus on these nice looking bromeliads. I think this is Hieroglyphica, maybe this one, and Riccia splendens, I think, if I'm not mistaken, which are a bit more subtle in coloration, even though they have this beautiful, not speckled, I don't know what you call this pattern in English, but it looks pretty good. These are the same bromeliads that I prefer using in my vivariums. Hopefully your light isn't too good, because I think this bromeliad is going to look ugly if it turns red, but that's just a personal opinion. Yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is I really like the plant selection here. There's nothing that's going to take over or grow unproportionally fast. Maybe this philodendron is. I cannot actually tell if this is philodendron El Choco Red or luxurians, so feel free to let me know that in the chat. But yeah, I think this is a great looking tank. I'm just starting to repeat myself at this point. I'm not really adding much new. I think we actually saw the background of this enclosure, or was it a different one? I think it was this enclosure that you submitted a background of in the last vivarium review. So you can check that out if anybody's curious to see what this tank looks like without all of the plants. It is El Choco. I was at least right in one of my 2 guesses, which is great. That was my first guess, but it was looking really, really dark, so it was difficult to tell. Anyways, I think this tank is deserving of a very high score. Do we say a 9 out of 10? I'm really holding back handing out any 10s or anything like that, because the competition is really high, and I remember seeing some very pretty tanks earlier. But I think that 9 is a very good score for this one. It's a good looking tank, and there are some very awesome frogs in here. I would love to keep some Solanensis at one point in my tank. So congratulations, you are the highest scoring tank so far in today's live stream. Let's see if you're going to get beaten eventually. Who knows? I can already hear you starting to brag about this in the Discord server for the next few weeks or something like that. Anyways, this next tank is one that houses 2 Phyllobates vittatus, and I will try to find a note about this one to see if they said anything interesting about it that should be noted. These are 2 young juvenile Phyllobates vittatus, and this person is hoping they are a pair. One of them is bigger and bolder, not balder as I said, and the other one is hiding more often and smaller too. I think there's a good chance to be a pair. They get enough food daily, sometimes less, and there's isopods there and springtails too. And this is what do you say? Submitter? No, I'm not going to say any words like that. It's just going to sound strange. But this is this person's first vivarium. So congratulations on your first tank. That's great. Welcome to the hobby. And I think this is a very solid looking start. The only thing that I'm concerned about is maybe the size of the enclosure, because it's not looking that big. You know, these thermometers are really not huge, and I also don't think this enclosure has a lot of depth in it. Then, you know, what was I even going to say? Why am I saying then, you know, if I don't have a sentence planned out? I'm getting too tired for all of this. What was I going to say? Yeah, I think there is most likely not that much depth in this vivarium, so I'm not really sure. There is only a pair that's kept in here, and honestly, depending on how big it is, which I don't know for sure, maybe a pair is good to cap it on, so you don't get too many more. That would be... you don't want your tanks to be too densely populated. But besides that, I think that the tank is looking good. You have really started to get the moss growth going in here. You have some nice bromeliad on this side. Obviously not my personal favorite with the white edges, but that's up to you, of course. I'm always very skeptical about alocasias in tanks which are not giant, especially the alocasias that are not super small. Some exception is Alocasia Black Velvet, which usually stays fairly small, as well as I think Alocasia Dragon Scale or something. But this one is one that usually grows big. You cannot really trim it down in a good looking way in the long run, like you could with vining plants and stuff like that. So eventually it's just going to push leaves up towards the top, and that's not going to be all that great for you. But you know, you do you, and it's not like the frogs are going to hurt by having a big tank like that. I would just personally find it very, very annoying if I were you, personally. Also, this pot hanging here on the edge might not be the prettiest thing that I've ever seen, but hopefully this plant, whatever it is going to start forming some nice, not basket, but like a cascading down over the edge of this pot. I see some ivy in here, which is usually not a suitable vivarium plant. I haven't tried it myself though, so I could be wrong, but usually you hear that they are like it a lot colder than our enclosures, and they usually die after a while. And to me personally, I think ivies always look really out of place. It's something that I notice since I'm so used to seeing them on like a rock wall in some Swedish house or something, rather than in a tropical tank. I like that you have plenty of leaf litter in here. I guess you're European because this is European oak, or maybe it has been spread to the US, I don't know. And we do have plenty of moss here, which is nice, but there's not moss all over the tank, which would be a problem if every single inch of the bottom part of the tank was covered in soaking wet moss. I don't think the frogs would appreciate that. So my main concern with this enclosure, as I said, is the size. I'm not sure. If you're here in the chat, then please enlighten us about how big the enclosure is, but if not, I'm going to assume this is like maybe 50 or 60 by 30 deep or something, so the width is fine, but it has so little depth that it's difficult to say anything. But I could be very wrong on that, so I'm not going to remove too many points for it. What do we give this one? I think this could be like a 6 as well, because it looks solid, but it's also not something that is super challenging. Like, there's no custom-made background, and the planting isn't anything, you know, too crazy or anything like that. But it's a tank that works, and as we had some earlier tank as well that was just mostly plants, and of course that is a smart way to scape your tank for less effort, more jungle, or at least more jungle compared to the effort that you put in. I think a 6 is a solid score for now, and I think the size is the main concern most likely, but I could be very wrong. Maybe if you're watching this live stream afterwards, then check the comment section, and if this guy has screamed at me that I completely misread the size of the enclosure, then that's on me. But I think a 6 out of 10 is a solid score for this one. For now, it looks good. Congratulations on your first tank. Regardless of how good your first tank looks, I can almost guarantee that you will think your second tank, which will eventually be acquired, of course, is going to look better than that one, because you always learn so many new things from the first one. I should also move my face cam so you can see this random leaf here at the corner of it, but now my face cam is back. The next enclosure. Oh, here we have a classic. Is this the 3rd or 4th time that this enclosure has been featured on the live stream? I think Spiked Reptiles was in the chat. This time you didn't actually ask for self-promotion, but I'm giving it to you regardless. Is it spiked .reptiles or _reptiles? I'm just gonna write spiked reptiles. People will figure that out if they search for you. I don't know. Anyways, this is a setup that we have seen many times before. It's the Borneo biotope from Spiked Reptiles, who has a pretty nice Instagram channel or Instagram account, and I think you occasionally upload to YouTube as well, though not super frequently. So, but give that channel a subscription. So there's no yeah, I was guessing there was no empty space, but I was just not sure if there was a dot or an underscore or something like that. Anyway, Spiked Reptiles, go and follow him, and drop a subscription on YouTube as well, because one day I guess a build is going to pop up in your notification. Anyways, this tank houses, I should have learned this scientific name by now, but I couldn't have told you it if I was... I should have learned this scientific name by now because I've read it so many times, but it's Rhacophorus reinvarti. I guess that's how it's pronounced. It's some black-webbed flying frog, and there are various fish in the water feature, which you can read about if you are into fish, and if you don't, then I don't know. I don't remember what scores I've given this one before, but I think I've given it rather high scores, but kind of kept it down because there was a lot of visible hygrolon on the back and just wasn't really grown in. But I think it might be time that to say that we are approaching a 10 out of 10 tank here. I would guess I gave it like an 8.5 or 9 before at the different stages of development, though I'm not entirely sure, of course. I see a lot of 10s in the chat as well. Yeah, I think we should give this one a 10 this time around. There are some really nice custom-made trees here, which I think are made from a base of like chicken wire and foam constructions. and then covered in cement, painted in the Make products, the ones that I used for my fake tree, though this tree looks a lot more natural than mine does. We have some nice looking vines in here as well. I don't know what this is. I guess it's like a thermostat or something. And you can really see that the moss growth has truly taken off since the previous times that you have submitted this enclosure. So yeah, it's really nice to have seen this one. It's really solid to have seen this one grow over time, and yeah, that's great. I was laughing at the wonderful chat message. Solid 4 out of 10. Would it be a 5 if he was stealing insurances or something? Yeah, solid 4 out of 10. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, I think this is going to be a 10 out of 10. I might be, I think worried is the wrong word, but I could see some of these plants getting out of control. Then again, when you have, as you have like 5 tanks or something, you're going to take way better care of each individual tank, or at least be way more cautious about the plants, trimming them down and all of that, than somebody like me am. This Ficus sagittata is a species that you can definitely see becoming invasive in tanks, starting to choke out all of the light. And I can definitely imagine this fern getting really, really huge. But I trust that you will stay on top of things with all of that. If I'm not mistaken, I think you mentioned having Didymochilena truncatula, which I guess is this one. That's one of my favorite ferns, which I've used in the past in the vivarium, but that vivarium was too small to contain that plant in the long run. It was actually the same size as this one. It was also the biggest Exoterra tank, but it's an awesome looking plant, so enjoy it while it's still pushing out reasonably sized leaves, and then one day it's going to start pushing out every single one up against the top, and you're going to hate yourself when you have to dig it out and all of that. But that's a future problem. I think this is a solid 4 for now. No, yeah, it's this is a 10 out of 10. Congratulations. You finally did it, and now you don't have to submit it again. Of course you can do that. It would be really fun if I gave it a 10 now and then you submitted the same tank next year and I give it like a lower score, like a 9 or something. Because tanks can certainly go past their prime at some point. Anyways, I think I'm done talking about this enclosure, but go and follow Spiked Reptiles because he posts some pretty cool stuff. The next enclosure is this one, which houses a pair of Ranitomea vansolinii. This is a pretty cool looking thumbnail species, and what was that noise? Was that from my computer? I just heard some very weird noise. Anyways, that's besides the point. I think it's my neighbors doing some stuff. It's very good noise isolation here, but obviously not good enough for somebody like me. Next time you'll send your other biotope, yeah, I guess that makes sense. You gotta challenge yourself, see if that one holds up as well as the first one. Anyways, here we have the note. It didn't say much in the email, besides that this tank is 30 by 30 by 42 centimeters, which is basically the 12 by 12 by 18 enclosure size, though it technically said 42, so I guess it's 12 by 12 by 17 inches. So this is a rather small enclosure, and that's going to be my main talking point for this one. In my opinion, it is definitely acceptable to keep a pair of thumbnail frogs in a tank like this if it's super well scaped. You know, you have plants all over the place growing towards the top and whatnot, and you can probably see this tank going in that direction because you have a massive golden pothos. Since I have a massive golden pothos in here, which will probably grow, and given that the tank is so small, I would definitely try to leave it space to do that, to let it do that in the future. Now my microphone just dropped down. Let's see if I can put it back like this. I hope you can hear me now, and let me know if the noise is weird. What else am I noticing? You have some nice Ficus pumila quercifolia, and I think a mixture of Ficus pumila and a larger leafed plant such as golden pothos or Monstera adansonii or whatever it might be is a very solid way to just cover your entire setup in leaves and lushness and greenery very quickly. And it's kind of foolproof if you get them to grow well in the first place, because they're just going to take over everything and it's going to look good eventually. However, it looks like this one is planted in some moss, which is not staying that humid, so I think you are running into a problem with that. Eventually you can see, at least on this leaf, that it's super dry, and I wouldn't be surprised if the others were headed the same way. If I were you, I would definitely remove all of this moss and replace it with some substrate that stays not soaking wet, but still rather but still very humid, so it doesn't feel dry whatsoever. So I would replace the moss with that, and then add a bit of leaf litter on top of it. If I were you, that's what I would do, at least. And then I think both the ficus is going to do better and the frogs will appreciate it more. I see you are in the chat here. Hello, Salamander fan. I got the frogs at the Houten Expo in the Netherlands, and the tank has been set up for a month and a half. And these are your first frogs. Once again, congratulations for your first frogs. I can definitely see that when you get your first frogs, you know, you want a functional setup going, and my setup for my first frogs was definitely not something super pretty either, or anything super big that I'm necessarily very proud of. But you know, these are tiny frogs. I'm not going to pretend like this is some horrible husbandry or anything. An upgrade wouldn't be bad for them in the future, and I would definitely remove the moss and replace with maybe more substrate if you don't already have a bunch, and some leaf litter, and then plant the ficus directly in the substrate where it gets plenty of moisture, but it's not like a soaking wet swamp on the other hand. What was I saying? I was just catching up on the chat messages. I think that would be my what I would do with this enclosure, but it looks good. I can see that you have, I can't tell how custom made this background is, if you have just glued wood pieces to the back and like squeezed moss inside of it or something. Maybe that's actually the case. I was also at first wondering if this could be like a water feature or something like that. Or if it was just a thermostat and some suction cup that ended up here, and some exposed, I guess this is black expanding foam that I see here in the back. I'm not entirely sure. But anyways, my main recommendation is to remove the moss, which I see you say now that you will do, which sounds great. As well as, what else was I going to say? Yes, just letting the plants do their thing, because when you do, it's going to get well grown in. If you do acquire a slightly bigger enclosure, then your frogs would love an upgrade, and you would love enjoying watching your frogs in a slightly bigger enclosure. I don't have any thumbnails in this enclosure size anymore, besides a few holdback juveniles that are not going to be in there permanently. It's some variables that I have, and it's really nice to have upgraded everything to something bigger than that, because you don't get as many opportunities to enjoy them in a tank like this. But what are we going to give this one? I think that a 5.5, 6 is a suitable score for this one. I think I'm going to go with a 5.5 for now, or like a 5, because it could be bigger. I think that's honestly my main complaint. But I have also said, and I still say, that I think it's acceptable for a pair of thumbnails, so I'm not holding that too much against you. You know, it could be bigger, and of course if you made a bigger tank, then it would just look prettier. Like regardless of the skill level of the person who's planting the tank, you're just going to have more fun with a larger tank. You're going to have a wider plant selection and all of that. So I think a slightly bigger tank is something that both you and the frogs would really appreciate. But I'm just keep repeating the same things over and over again because I'm tired. So I'm sorry, it's not like I'm trying to bash you for anything like that. I'm just saying a bunch of stuff. The size is, I think, 30 by 30 by 42 centimeters, which should be 12 by 12 by 17 inches, according to what was said in the emails. Which is probably that this person measured it slightly differently than a Exoterra, because you know, the inside of the enclosure is a bit smaller than the outside, so we're basically talking about the same enclosure size. People, yeah, I would guess this is a model that some people would call 45 tall, but it's 42 tall if you count it for real. Doesn't really matter, that's just a side point. I think you are getting a 5.5 for this one, because it looks pretty good and I can see the vision that it's going to look better in the future. But yeah, that's it. Welcome to the hobby. I'll try to get bigger tank. I would have to convince my parents. So my strategy for expanding my frog collection when I lived with my parents, it's not like they had a lot of complaints about how I was handling the hobby or anything like that. It was mostly myself holding me back because I wouldn't want to like buy a bunch of frogs that I didn't have space for. But my mindset would basically be that I get this new frog species, I get babies from that frog, I sell those, then of course those babies need an enclosure. You know, you get babies, you want an enclosure for that. Then you sell those babies, and now you have an empty frog enclosure. Now you can buy frogs for that tank. However, that tank is a bit too small to house them permanently. So now you gotta upgrade those frogs. So of course you need a bigger enclosure. It's not just something that you want and that you want to have and cannot control. You need to have a bigger enclosure. So you need to upgrade them, and then those frogs get babies, and you get another enclosure for the froglets. You get my point. That was kind of my mindset when I was trying to expand my collection. It's going to be easier to convince your parents to get a bigger enclosure for the frogs that you have, so they will be happier, than it is to convince them to buy a completely new enclosure with new dart frogs. So tell them that I told you that a bigger enclosure is a great idea, and they will not be able to resist. Anyways, what size do you recommend? And I will try that. I would highly recommend a 45 by 45 by 60 centimeter enclosure. That gives you a lot of freedom with scaping and planting, and that is plenty of space. Then I'm not going to say that, well, of course bigger is always better. You know, you would love to have 60 wide instead of 45 wide, for example. But I think that enclosure size is an amazing baseline, and for thumbnail frogs, bigger is absolutely not necessary whatsoever. But I think that's a really good enclosure size to start with, and you have so much more freedom when it comes to scaping and planting. The frogs will have more opportunities in a tank of that size. So 45, 45, 60, for Americans that's 18, 18, 24 inches is a really great place to start, so I can highly recommend that. But yeah, that's it. Congratulations and welcome to the hobby. Here we have the next enclosure, which is empty so far and is about 2 months old. I can see more and more Hydrolon tanks for every single one of these vivarium reviews, so I guess that's great to see. Where can I find the message? I just want to see what this person has wrote or written as well. Here is a 2-month-old terrarium from my room. Right now I don't know what will live there. For sure some frogs. A big wish would be some Rio Colubre. That is a locality of Ophaga Pomilio. I will see. For now just some growing plants and stuff. Happy New Year and cheers. So thank you for the submission. Let's talk about this enclosure. This is another fairly simple tank. There's not anything too complicated, though I can say that you didn't put the hydrolon directly towards the glass, but rather you have wrapped it around something. I would love to know what that something is, because I think it's a good idea to have something on top of it. That will probably make it less messy if you wanted to remove the hydrolon from the enclosure itself at some point. I see you mentioned in the chat you will have one of those free in a few months when you convince them to upgrade your crested geckos. Great idea. You know, that's how you work. You upgrade one animal so you can upgrade the next animal, so you can buy a new animal for that old tank, and then you can upgrade that animal and so on. Of course, it's better to have a big enclosure from the start, but it doesn't really matter. I'd love to start something with hydrolon, but I'm a tad nervous to do so. It works well. I can highly recommend it. How do you add your enclosures? You can check out the description, I think. Yeah, instructions in the description. I was unsure what I put in the description, but you can check that out and I will get to it at the end. At first we have to get to number 24, and then I have to go through like 5 new ones that were sent in during the stream. But we have all night. There's nothing to rush about. Anyways, back to this tank. You have something that you have wrapped the hydrolon around, which is honestly a great idea, and I should do the same thing, because I'm not looking forward to whenever I have to take hydrolon out of an enclosure. To be fair, it doesn't break down, so you don't have to do it too often, but still, that's a relevant point. You have some hydrolon creation here as well, like some fake buttress root, or not buttress root, but just fake root or something along those lines. And you have some really nice climbing plants. I really like this one. I'm not sure if it's some Rhaphidophora or if it's a Monstera of some sort. Feel free to let me know in Shees, is this your enclosure? Feel free to let me know what this plant is, because I would love to know that, if you know that, of course. And you have some nice patches of moss here on the walls as well, which is also nice to see. If I were you, I think I would put some moss down here, because it's mostly going to grow upwards, and there's not going to be as much down in the corner over here. What else am I going to say about this tank? Wrap yourself in hydrolon instead of a shirt. That's maybe 100k special. If you can get me to that point, then I would be eternally grateful. But I think it's a safe bet, because I don't think that we are getting there anytime soon. Anyways, I like the plant selection in this vivarium. The only thing that I might be slightly concerned about is that when you have this much hydrolon and your hardscape is literally a massive hydrolon piece, I don't really know how much it gets a chance to dry up in between, or well, not in between mistings, but just in general. It might be the case that you end up with a tank that's all moss besides on the floor. So I think I would consider adding some drier branch as well. Also because this right wall is just so flat, and this right side of the enclosure is kind of empty in general. I think I would love to add a real wood piece of a similar shape to this one to put in this corner, or something that's branching out here at the top. That would possibly be even better. Yeah, I think that might be my my favorite idea. If you found a wood piece that started here in the back corner and then branched out here towards the top, that would be really really awesome looking. Yeah, I think I would want to add one more wood piece, and honestly one that's not hydrolon, because I would want something that can dry up a bit more. And you also get a very different texture for the frogs to like walk on and all of that. But I think the plant selection is great. There is nothing too weird. I see a comment about this maybe being Monstera carstenianum. I'm honestly not convinced. I've never seen them in their juvenile stage, but I would be very surprised. I have to look it up. Monstera carster. Neonum juvenile. I would definitely guess that it's something else. I could be wrong actually. I'm seeing some juvenile stage plants of this species that look slightly similar when I'm googling it, but yeah, I'm not sure. Anyways, besides that, I think you have plenty of the green boring stuff, or I'm sorry, green interesting stuff, as we decided to call it earlier. Some nice smaller little leaves for texture, and nothing too fancy, or nothing that takes too much attention rather. Yeah, I think something with slightly bigger leaves could really help this setup a little bit. You know, something on this side that's not growing completely flat towards the wall. Considering that this seems to be a shingling plant, so it's going to stay very flat against the wall, I could imagine having something with like maybe just 5 centimeter leaves, you know, something like this, that would just start climbing the walls. I would love to see something like that. Because especially when the background is completely flat like this, I think you want something more three-dimensional to stick out from it. But also this is a very young tank, and it's not only that it's not grown in, but also the fact that you probably don't have all of the plant species that you're planning on putting in here. So I can very much assume that it's going to get more grown in. Anyways, we are going to judge the current state of this enclosure and not how I think it will look in the future. So yeah, what do we give this one? I can certainly see the vision, and since the plant selection is good, I think it's going to be really nice in the long run. But for now, I think I'm going to settle on a yeah, I think I'm going to settle on like a 6.5 for now, because it's not the most aesthetically pleasing enclosure, but I can definitely see it being increased a lot if you send this again next year, when you've gotten a few more slightly bigger or slightly different plants to mix it up a bit and just let it grow in, and maybe you will keep some real colubria at that point, who knows. Rhaphidophora cleatocaulis, that was one of the species I thought about, though I didn't know how to spell it. I think that's a more reasonable guess. It's a bit similar to a plant called Monstera dubia green form, which does also have a bit, you know, we would say bucklig in Swedish, but I don't think that translates to buckly. But you know, three-dimensional leaves, we could say, but not as clearly as this one does. So I think Rhaphidophora cleatocaulis is a more accurate guess. That's what I would put my money on. Anyways, congratulations. What did I give it this one? Did I give it a 6.5, or did I? Yeah, I think I gave it a 6.5, and I think that's going to be it. Here we have a really great looking tank. I can already say that. I am going to try to find the message as... Oh, that's not the screen that I wanted to switch. This is the screen that I want to switch, which you cannot even see. Where is this person? Here we have it. This tank houses some Dendrobates tinctorius tumucumaceae, however that's supposed to be pronounced, also known as the peacock dart frog, which is easier to pronounce. It's 18 by 18 by 36 inches, or 45 90 centimeters, and it houses 14 species of orchids. The person also also mentioned that the back part of the tank looks a bit bare, because they nuked the pink spotted begonia that was there to encourage some more bushier growth. And there are several caves and crevices that the frogs like to hide in along the background. That was what the message that I was sent. Yeah, we cannot really see much of those caves and crevices, but I can imagine that there are some nice areas in this tank that can be utilized. I don't know about the plant on the bottom left, but maybe somebody who is smarter than me in the chat does know. Yeah, it is possible to have your tank in this stream. If you check out the instructions in the description, then you will know how to be included. We have a lot of enclosures to get through today, and we are going to take them in order that they were submitted, so you will have to wait for like 2 hours, but of course you can watch it afterwards if you don't want to stay awake for that long, though keep watching the stream, of course. Yeah, there's still time to send in pictures. Check out the description and send pictures, and I will get back to them towards the end of the stream, because there's still time if you want to be included. Anyways, we had some questions about the plant in the bottom left, which I don't know what it is, but maybe somebody else can help you out with that. In general, I think this is an incredible looking tank. Hello Richard, congratulations on having a nice looking tank, if this is yours as you say, which I suppose is true. Why would anybody lie? I don't know why I even said that. Something that I'm noticing, which I'm noticing because I have a similarly set up enclosure, is the fact that this glass pane is also intended for viewing, since there is no background there, and I suppose you can stand on the right side of the tank and look into it. Am I saying the word suppose abnormally much? I think I am saying that word a lot. Anyways, I suppose you can stay on the right side of the tank and look into it. And my tank, which I currently keep Sirensis in, Randomia Sirensis, but used to keep Randomia Variabilis. That tank is also set up in the same way, but this glass pane is a pain to keep clean. It's not something that I appreciate at all. It's very difficult to keep it clean for me personally, since you have to get in between all of these logs. Then I don't use reverse osmosis water, so if you don't have an issue with calcium stains, then it's probably fine. But yeah, that's just something that I really didn't like personally. I was very annoyed at keeping this glass pane clean, and since then I don't think I usually never see the side panels as somewhere to view into it. So if it's a big tank, I put a background on the sides always, and if it's a small tank, then I just accept that they're going to get calcium stains and don't really care. Anyways, back to the content of the enclosure itself. Once again, you have a good plant selection. There is no weird plant in here that's out of place or anything like that. If you had like maybe Ficus pumila or Tradescantia, even worse in here, it would just take over absolutely everything. But there's no weird plants in here, which I appreciate. It's difficult to explain it, but it feels very professional when you watch this enclosure. It feels like it's done by somebody who knows what they're doing. It's difficult to explain, and it's really just a gut feeling. It's nothing super professional or anything like that. But that's my first impression of it. You have some nice looking tanks or nice looking plants. As always, I personally dislike red bromeliads, and I'm going to keep saying that, even though it's a bit unfair that I'm just including my personal biases, but it's my live stream and you're watching, so I don't really care. You have some red bromeliads, which is not what I'm a super big fan of, but this plant, I am really fascinated by it, even though it's not super... It was a Labesia. I was going to guess it was a Labesia, and then I didn't say it because I was unsure if they even looked like that. But I was right, even though nobody can confirm it since I was quiet about it. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, I do still like this Labesia plant, even though it has weird colors. It's not something that looks super unnatural, at least. And you also have some nice philodendrons and all of that. Honestly, this plant is not super visible. I think if it was, I would honestly have dragged down the score of this tank, because this looks like some more, artificial, not artificial plant as in fake plant, but some, weird looking pink painted plant. But I didn't notice it until now, so fair game. You basically got away with it. And once again, that's just my personal biases, not something about the quality of the tanks for the frog's perspective or anything like that. The plant theme was red/pink. I cannot see that plant theme anymore, but I guess before you removed the pink spotted begonia, it might have been more in that direction, who knows. I guess you have frogs that have a very weird color, so maybe some weird colored plants fit into their setups. Anyways, while there are some things that I always do differently in my tanks, I think this is a very, very well executed tank. It looks really good. You have been quite successful with moss growth, even though it is very, what do you say? It's not like the moss is growing directly on the wall, but it's more, not a cluster of moss, but like a very thick layer of moss. It's becoming bushy and all of that, which is not really what I want, since it makes it difficult for the frogs to climb. But still, the moss is growing, which is great. And I like to every once in a while remove the moss if the layer gets too thick, if you get what I mean. So it will grow back directly on the background. But you have some successful moss growth. You have some really nice plant choices. A few that I would disagree with, but it took me so long to notice it that I think it's fine. I think this is deserving of a 9 out of 10, which is very solid for a first enclosure, but it just looks great, and I think your frogs are having a good time in here. So congratulations for getting a very high score. And we are moving on to submission number 11. We have been going for about an hour and a half, and we're not halfway through, so this is going to take a while. This enclosure houses 4 Phyllobates vittatus, and I will try to find the message as well before I say anything else. Here we have it. The enclosure is 6 months old, although many of the plants were added more recently. It contains a group of 4 Phyllobates vittatus, from which I'm already raising 2 tadpoles. Congratulations on your first tadpoles. The dimensions are 32 by 12 by 18 inches or 80 by 30 by 45 centimeters, which is, you know, not any of the standard measurements, but I guess it's a more custom-made one. The frogs are very shy. Do you have any suggestions on how I can get them to come out more? Thank you for making amazing videos. Oh, I didn't even mean to continue reading that, because it sounds a bit obnoxious when you just keep reading praise. But thank you for saying thank you for my videos. This person just said that they had a lot of use for them, which is great. I am getting too tired to focus on everything at the same time. But this is a good looking tank, and it's always great to hear that I have been an inspiration for it. What can we say about it? I'm guessing this is an expanding foam background covered in silicone and, you know, all of that fun stuff, and substrate, because it looks very 3D, which is something that we've kind of been lacking throughout this episode. I guess I am not providing a bad example, but I use so many flat hygrolon backgrounds that there are a lot of flat hygrolon backgrounds showing up from you guys as well, which can definitely work in many cases. But back to the topic of what I was trying to say. You have a really nice looking 3D background. The only thing to be very cautious about is that this enclosure is only 30 centimeters or 12 inches deep, which is not a lot. So you really want to avoid having like a really thick expanding foam background that takes away all of the depth, so the frogs are not going to be happy in the tank, if you get what I mean. You also asked for suggestions on how to make the frogs less shy. And I do have a video where I have included pretty much every single recommendation that I have regarding this topic. I'm not going to bring it up here because I have this beautiful slideshow open, but I think you can search for Are Your Pet Frogs? I think it's called Are Your Pet Frogs Shy? Watch This. It could also be something along the lines of how to make your frogs less shy or something. I do have a video on the channel about that. I see some people claiming that their vittatus are very bold, and my adult vittatus are pretty bold personally, but it's super common for them to be very, very shy for the first 6 months of their lifespan and more. Then something happens around like 10-12 months ish, and usually at the same time when they start breeding and they start becoming much bolder. I was going to say that you probably need patience and your frogs are too young. Then I continued reading, and you said that you had tadpoles from them, so I guess I wouldn't say it in the exact same way, but honestly, if you give it a few more months, I would be surprised if they wouldn't become a bit bolder. But there are some tips and tricks which are especially great for Vitardus. That's basically the frog that I had in mind for when I made that video about shy dart frogs, because it's not entirely accurate about how to make Ranit Mayas bolder or anything like that, but for Vitardus, everything I said in that video works perfectly. So yeah, go and watch that video, and don't listen to what is your username? I see whatever this username is, because I don't think this is going to work. Unfortunately, it could be worth an attempt, who knows. Anyways, where was I? Yes, we are reviewing an enclosure. You have a nice looking background, and as I mentioned, I wouldn't recommend having a much thicker, or I mentioned it as something to look out for. Avoid having a super thick background in such a not deep enclosure, but it doesn't look like this is too thick at all. I would guess this is like 4 or 5 centimeters, and the 3D aspect of the tank is great, so I would say it's worth it. But I'm just mentioning that in case anybody listening is getting some useful inspiration from that. I really like this wood piece here as well, and I think you've placed some nice bromeliads in good spots in the enclosure. You have plenty of leaves of different sizes, and of course, you know, golden pothos is not the craziest, coolest vivarium plants you can get, but it works. You don't have to make it more complicated than it has to be by any means at all. And then you have both the normal Ficus pumila and the Ficus pumila quercifolia, which is of course great to see as well. I think that if you look at this tank in another 6 months or maybe 12 months, it's going to be a super lush jungle, and it's going to look really nice. So you can definitely look forward to that. Maybe I would consider trying to get some ficus to like this side of the enclosure, because you're not going to have any tiny leaves over here for a very long time. Otherwise, it's going to take a long time for it to naturally spread over here. But eventually it definitely will, because the ficus is moving or is growing quickly. Is the Discord link not working? That is peculiar. Oh, I actually think it's because... should I take a look at that now or later? I recently had a problem with the Discord link not working properly in a YouTube description. You could try just adding https :/ before the URL if it's the fact that the URL is not working. I can actually check. Yeah, I see that the link is not clickable, which I'm going to edit in my standard description at some point. Why is there no way to edit the description while you are on the stream page? Actually, if you really want to join the Discord server right now, then if you check out my latest video, then I know I fixed it in that description, and I'm going to go back and fix it in other descriptions as well. But if you check out the description of my latest video, then it's going to be a functional link on that one. So check that out in the meantime, and I'm going to fix it eventually at some point. Great to have some more people on the Discord server. We have a lot of fun there, for sure. The server has grown a lot more than I expected. We're like 100 members with multiple chat messages per day. I was expecting there to be like 2 people on it and nothing to ever be written. Anyways, back to the enclosure. I'm getting really sidetracked. As soon as I see an interesting chat message, I just get right on that. What are we going to? What score are we going to give this this enclosure? I think this is a really solid start, and for relatively standard plant choices, at least with the golden pothos, for some relatively standard plant choices, I think this is a very efficiently planted and scaped enclosure. So I think this is a really solid enclosure. While it's nothing too insanely big or super crazy and fancy, I think it's just really well executed. So I think it's definitely deserving of a 7 out of 10 for sure. I think I'm going to up it to a 7.5, because even though it's simple, it kind of isn't simple at the same time. It's efficiently utilized for sure. What's my favorite plant for? Do you mean favorite plant for any terrarium size, or just favorite plant that fits in a terrarium? My most used plant is Begonia prismatocarpa, which I have in more than half of my dart frog tanks. My favorite plant might be Anthurium waraquinum, but that's a huge one that barely fits in any dart frog vivariums at all. Yeah, that is it. Let's move on to the next enclosure. Here we have another enclosure submitted by a guy who is, or I don't know what pronouns you use, but by somebody who is in my Discord server. So that is nice. This is a tank that houses 4 Ranitmea amazonica golden, which is an interesting locality, and you see some very nice stickers. My face cam is on the way for the 4th one, but you can see there is another sticker here off camera. And I will try to find the note that that you sent for this enclosure as well. Here we have it. This is a second-hand vivarium I got locally, cleaned out and added new plants and hardscape to. It has about 37 gallons or 140 liters of usable space for the frogs. The rest is used for substrate and drainage. So I think this tank is a lot bigger than it looks at the first glance, or actually it doesn't look tiny at the first glance at all, but it's pretty big. It's decently sized for sure. This is your first time dart frog viv and first time owning them. And it has housed Ranitmea amazonica golden since July of this year. Actually, in my time zone this was sent in 2026, but it was like exactly past midnight. But I'm assuming that you are from the UK or from America, and this was 2025 that I got this submission. Anyways, that's besides the point. I just thought it was really really funny. It says the plants are very slow growing so far, but if you keep doing these reviews, maybe we can see how it could become beautiful over the years. I can certainly see what you mean. I'm not super surprised that many of these plant species are growing on the slower side, and you could definitely experiment with adding more and different plants for a different result. But I think you have a solid start, and even though the planting itself is not the greatest yet, I mean, you have some bromeliads here in this pot, which should of course be mounted epiphytically somewhere in the long run. I still think that this is quite a solid start for a vivarium. What else was I going to say? I have no idea. I was having some thought in my head and then I completely forgot about it. I see a chat message saying that this looks maybe on the dry side. I'm not really sure. It can often be very misleading if a picture is taken right before or right after a misting, so it's very difficult to know that. But yeah, I think these bromeliads need mounting, of course, and I think you will appreciate experimenting with a few different plant species, which is going to be nice. What else was I going to say about this one? I felt like I had something super smart and sophisticated that I was going to comment, and I have no idea what that was. Yeah, I think some different plant species would do well in here. I'm cautious about recommending ficus, because for some tanks and for some people they are amazing, and for some people and for some tanks they are absolutely not amazing at all. But I think some ficus in here would do quite well, since you have a lot of empty walls waiting to be covered, and you would definitely get it to look a bit more lush fairly quickly. So I think I would add some ficus pumila or ficus pumila quercifolia to the tank. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, my go-to plant is Begonia prismatocarpa. I use it in many of my tanks. What other plants can I recommend? I don't know what else would fit in here? I think some smaller aroids would be great. Like, think something in the size of a Monstera adansonii could be a really nice addition. Then specifically Monstera adansonii, it doesn't necessarily have to be that one. Maybe, is this a Monstera adansonii? I don't know, I might be able to guess something like that. I'm not sure. It's difficult to tell if a plant is a Monstera or not from the sides. But I think some other larger leaved aroids, which is a climber, would be great in here. Me personally, I always prefer climbers over plants that grow from one lump or something, like for example an alocasia like this. Alocasia silver dragon, I think, is one of the ones that stay fairly small, so it's probably not going to outgrow the tanks. I don't hate it as much as Alocasia amazonica and all of those. But I still think some climber with like roughly 5 centimeter leaves would be a great addition to this tank, especially here on the left wall, but maybe also on the right. You do have some climbers here in the middle, but nothing that will climb here anytime soon. So I think some smaller leaved plants and some medium-sized leaved plants would be a great addition. I see a lot of Fittonia being used. It's a plant that I had almost forgotten that it existed. You had trouble getting the climbers to take. That happens. I think we've all had troubles with that every once in a while. Just keep trying and it's eventually going to work. Sometimes it can be because of a lack of water in whatever spot they are planted in. Sometimes you simply have a bit of substrate that doesn't really get properly moist. You know, that can happen. Yeah, you never really know. You can kind of experiment and see what happens. If you want a way to anchor these bromeliads to the hardscape, then I would probably use cyanoacrylate superglue, which is 99% of superglue. I actually don't know if there is any superglue that's not cyanoacrylate, but use superglue so you can attach it straight to the cork bark, and your bromeliads are going to be happier and your frogs are going to like it. Usually I would superglue before having animals in the tank, and it can be slightly difficult now that you already have frogs in there, but it does dry very quickly, so if you just keep a lookout and keep the doors open and all of that so it doesn't become any concentrated fumes, toxic fumes from it or anything, it should be fine. I have glued like tiny epiphytes in planted enclosures with frogs in them with any major issues. Yeah, mounting the bromeliads would be great. Yeah, I don't know what else I have to add. What score are we giving this one? I think you have a solid scape, you have a lot of potential. So once you get the plants to start growing properly, then you're going to have a good time. For now, I think that is a 6.5 reasonable? I think a 6.5 is reasonable. Actually, I have some nice plant growth here in the back, which I would appreciate more if the glass wasn't super freaking dirty. So I think your overall score is negatively impacted by the dirty glass. I'm sorry. Citric acid is great if you want to clean off calcium stains, as well as algae and other stupid stuff. I think a 6.5 if you clean the glass, and or yeah, 6.5 and maybe tiny bit higher if you clean off the glass and get some climbers going. So yeah, nice tank, and I think your frogs are really happy in here. Time to move on to the next one. Yeah, it is weird how it won't make it a clickable link. It is because it wants to have the HTTPS before, you know, like there is in most like it is in most links. It's usually always included, so websites don't want to make it clickable unless it's there for some reason. I guess it makes sure that there's a safe connection or anything like that. Yeah, post an update in Discord when you have cleaned the glass. I will look forward to that. The glass on my tanks definitely looks like this every once in a while too. Anyways, the next enclosure is this one. And this one houses some Ophaga pumilio bastimentos gold dust. I will see if there's anything interesting from this message. Greetings from New Hampshire, USA. Nice to have some US viewers. I guess you're not the only one. This tank is 17 by 17 by 30 inches. I don't know off the top of my head how many centimeters that is. I guess it's 42 by 42 by like 80-ish centimeters, something like along those lines. Maybe somebody in the chat can let me know. This is one of my 13 frog tanks, was also a comment left by this person. So I think this is a very nice looking enclosure. Once again, I've said this before because I don't have a more efficient way of expressing this gut feeling, but this tank gives me a sense that the person who set it up knows what they're doing. Not that the tanks I haven't said that about doesn't give me that sense, but you get what I mean. This looks professional. There are good plant choices here. There are no bad plant choices here. Nothing that will take over. No super fast growing one that will outcompete all of these other rare and fancy plant species that you do have. I'm going to, as always, try to guess the plant names because that makes me feel good about myself whenever I'm right. And whenever I'm wrong, the person is usually not here to correct me in the chat, so I still get to go to sleep believing that I was right all along, which is great for my ego. Anyways, I'm guessing this is Philodendron melanochrysum. I'm guessing this is Philodendron brantianum, but it could be soderoy in a juvenile state, but I'm guessing this is brantianum. Is it? I don't actually know. It's brantianum or soderoy. This really looks like a Philodendron ornatum, and this one is difficult to tell. It could be a Philodendron mame. I think if I had a gun to my head, that's what I would put my money on. And this seems like a mix of Peperomia and Marginella and some random moss which I cannot identify. And I don't know how to identify Neurogilias if I don't immediately recognize them. Anyways, I think that's a great plant selection. I see some more moss here, but it also looks like you have some weird fern over here, which is really catching my eye. I'm not entirely sure, but it looks pretty nice. Anyways, this tank looks like it's set up by somebody who knows what they're doing. It's a nice cork bark background with some, which isn't completely flat. You have some 3D scape in here as well. And you seem to also have used some expanding foam behind this wood piece covered up on something. I think it looks good. Ren 2998, I have no idea what fern this is, but if the guy who sent me this enclosure is watching, then please let me know in the comment section if you're watching this afterwards, and let me know in the chat if you're here right now, because we all want to know what this fern is. It's really catching our eyes. I do have one thing that I really dislike about this enclosure, and that is the inhabitants. I love Ophaga pumilio, but honestly, this might be a hot take, but I think gold dust bastimentos are one of the ugliest artworks out there, and I cannot for the life of me understand why you would want to buy them. If you love them, then that's cool. Keep going. Don't care about my stupid opinions because they don't matter, but I really don't like gold dust bastimentos. I love the normal red and orange ones, but I'm really not a fan of these ones. Actually, I think it says cemetery bastimentos here, but sometimes you cannot get the exact right label. I just think bastimentos gold dust are boring looking. I have some chat messages to catch up on. I do play on chess.com. My username is asnefisk2. Asnefisk2, if you want to challenge me. I'm like 2000 rated in Rapid and Bullet, and lower in Blitz. What other comments did we have? The most prolific dart frog species? Where was the question about the most prolific dart frog species? Yeah, the easiest frog to breed, I would definitely say Epipedobedes anthonii, with one tiny caveat that the froglets are really tiny and basically need springtails or something else that's smaller than fruit flies in the beginning. I guess that complicates things a tiny bit if you don't have really good production in your springtail cultures. But Epipedobedes anthonii are super easy to breed. I would also argue that some of the Phyllobates species are definitely up there, like Phyllobates vitarus is super prolific and easy to breed as well. I've heard from many customers who bought froglets from me, if I have kept the froglets for a bit too long before selling them, so they're like 10-11 months, then I will hear about customers who got tadpoles from them within like 2 weeks of buying them, which always makes me happy, of course, even though you might not always want to save the first eggs, since the first froglets are not always the healthiest. Anyways, that we are getting sidetracked right now. Back to this enclosure. I think this is a very good looking tank, a very well executed one, though it's obviously not like a huge display tank that should deserve like a 10 out of 10 or anything like that. But I will give it an 8 out of 10, despite the fact that it's very small. It just looks really good, looks really professional, and I think an 8 out of 10 is a suitable rating for this one. I see a comment about mourning gecko and dart frog cohabitation. I think I also missed some chat message earlier about enclosure size. Feel free to write that again, because I saw some question that I didn't answer. But anyways, mourning gecko and dart frog cohabs is something that can work if you know what you're doing in many cases. I have a video dedicated to if you can keep different dart frog species together, and I also mentioned mourning geckos and dart frogs in that video, so you can check out that video if you want to do that. I'm interested in joining the hobby but don't want to breed. How can I discourage breeding? I suppose you don't mean that you want your frogs to breed. Or suppose you mean that you don't want your frogs to breed. It's very simple. I don't get any froglets which are unwanted, besides in the one tank where I have a water feature, and the very few dart frog species that feed their tadpoles with feeder eggs, which once again very few species. It's Ophaga, it's the Ophaga genus, and it's the some Ranitomea species. It's Ranitomea imitator, Vansolinii, Sirensis, and Flavovitada. Those feed their tadpoles with feeder eggs, so you can get unexpected babies that grow up in the enclosure. Though I would also say that all of those are so uncommon that if you can get offspring from them, you will want to get that offspring, and it's not going to be difficult at all to sell them, because they are fairly sought after, especially the Ophagas, but to some degree also the Ranitomeas, depending on the locality. What was I saying? Yes. Besides those that feed their tadpoles with feeder eggs, and the very few tanks that I have big water features in, besides those you're not going to end up with any unwanted froglets. If you don't pull the eggs, you're not going to get froglets. So that's it. It's super easy. Yeah. Though I cannot highly recommend just raising a few tadpoles for fun, because it's a great learning experience. I see somebody say if I could go back and get my first dart frogs, I would buy Pumilio. I can kind of see the argument, but I can also see like they are not super hardy or anything, and it's definitely my favorite frog species that I keep at the moment, so they are great. At the same time, I don't think I would want my beginner self having Ophaga Pumilio. I would want all Ophaga Pumilio to be with competent dart frog keepers who know what they're doing and can successfully breed them. And I'm not saying that every beginner is freaking stupid or anything like that, but I wouldn't want any of those in the hands of me starting out in the hobby. Not that I was taking super bad care of my first dart frogs, but it wasn't anything amazing. So I want the Ophagas to be in the hands of experienced keepers. That said, if you have a really nice looking tank, if your first attempt is like gets an 8 out of 10 for me and you want Pumilio, then by all means go ahead. It's not like my scoring is your go ahead for getting Pumilios, but you get what I mean. If you have a really nice looking tank, then a really well set up enclosure, then for sure Pumilio could work as a first frog. I think they are still kind of sensitive to just dying randomly for no reason, in a way that big Dendrobates kind of aren't, and the fact that they are, you know, uncommon and less rare. Anyways, that was just my opinion about your opinion. I think you're wrong. No, I'm just kidding. Not necessarily. I can see your argument for sure. How many R Vanzolini could I keep in a 45, 45, 60? I have really gotten off track of continuing to review this enclosure, but I had so many chat messages to catch up on, so yeah. How many Vanzolini in that tank size? Honestly, from everything I have read, it seems like the frogs from the imitator group, besides imitator itself, does fairly well in groups. What I mean by that is there are like 4 sister species which are closely related to imitator. It's the same ones that feed their tadpoles with feeder eggs. Imitator, Vanzolini, Sirensis, Flavovitada. Out of those 4, from everything I have read, it seems like all the ones besides imitator, all the ones besides imitator are actually really good in groups. I only keep Ranitmea Sirensis out of those, and imitator of course. And they are very shy and all of that, but they are great group frogs. I think for Vanzolini wouldn't be a problem in that tank size, and if they reproduced, I think you could get more, probably. I would say also the same about Ranitmea variabilis or Ranitmea amazonica. Those are also great in groups. The thing is, that is a big enclosure, so I think any Ranitmea could be kept in a group of 4 in that size. But you can be like less careful about group housing with Ranitmea, Sirensis, Vanzolini, all of those, besides imitator and the ones from the Fantastica group, which is a whole separate thing. Now we are getting really off topic, and I really have to get back to reviewing this enclosure because we've been going for 2 hours and we are not halfway through. We're more than halfway through the original submissions, but we have like 6 or 7 more. Why did I say 6, 7? I hope no kids are watching this. Brain rot generation is horrible. Anyways, these are Ophagapmelio Bastimentos Gold Dust. I dislike the frog, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to lower your score because of that. Haven't I already rated this enclosure? Yes, I gave it an 8 out of 10. Yeah, 8 out of 10. We're moving on to the next one. It's a good looking tank. It looks professional. Looks like you know what you're doing. My first dart frogs were a pair of Dendrobates leucomelas Guyana banded. My second dart frog species were a pair of Dendrobates tinctorius azurius, and I really wish I got them in the opposite order, because now I have both species in my collection. I love them a lot. But in the beginning, the localities of leucomelas which aren't standard, besides the standard locality, the others tend to be really shy, especially when they have recently moved homes, moved to a new enclosure or something like that. So for a while my leucomelas were super shy, and it's just not a good experience to have a shy frog as a beginner. You want something that's, responsive to your husbandry. You can see when they come out to eat and all of that, so you get a feeling that you know what you're doing. It's not like they were at a higher risk for dying or anything because they were shy, but it's just a much more stressful experience starting with a shy species. When you already have a dart frog species, so you know what you're doing, you know what to expect, you feel a bit more confident, then getting a shy one is totally fine. But if I had done it again, I would definitely get Tinctorius first and Leucomelas as my second. It tends to be the case that the standard Leucomelas is really bold, but the localities like Guyana banded, sometimes fine spots maybe, and definitely Serra autana, they tend to be really shy in comparison. Now we are finally moving on to number 14, which is this enclosure. And this is definitely a tank that was featured in my previous vivarium review. And I'm going to try to find it because I think it's in this one, right? No, it's in this one. Is it? I have no idea where it is, but I think it has been featured before, because this one I certainly recognized. Where is it? Actually, maybe I shouldn't be wasting time on this. I should just review it. Anyways, this tank was featured before, and it looks significantly more grown in at this point. I'm just really quickly... of course it's in this presentation. That would explain it. I think it was towards the end, if I remember correctly. It's not this one. Here it is. Here it is. These two are the same enclosure. And I think that is a great improvement, which is not only that you have made things better, but more so that they were pretty good, it just hadn't been given enough time to be properly judged the last time I tried to properly judge it. But yeah, this is I think this is an inspirational improvement for anybody who, like me, likes to plant their vivariums fairly sparsely in the beginning and let them get more grown in over time. I will show you the old one before one more time, and here we go. Now you're going to keep seeing this one. This one houses a pair of Dendrobates tinctorius azureus, and you can actually see one of them here. Unfortunately, my face cam is covering it, but you will get a quick sneak peek here first. What do I have to say about this one? Well, it's a very nice looking tank. The height is well utilized, even though the background is basically completely flat. It's some cork bark piece or something. It still looks good despite that. What else can we say about it? There are mostly green plants here, besides this, I think this is a Pilea, and does the species name start with a C? Like Pilea cardi, something like that. I don't know what the name is, but I recognize it at least. Don't know why I'm just bragging about recognizing plants, but I think it's fun. I think this is just a solid tank, a good improvement on how it previously looked, and I honestly don't have too much to say about it. I always hate on alocasias whenever I see them in one of these reviews. We have been through this a few times today, but not with the species that I hate the most. We've had more of the actual dwarf species, which are kind of suitable for enclosures. But this one, which I think is Alocasia amazonica, or one of the hybrids that look similar, is probably going to start squishing against the top fairly soon, but honestly, it has stayed fairly small for a decent amount of time, so it might not be as bad as I'm expecting. I don't know what I gave this tank the last time, and I'm hoping I'm not giving it like the same score or a lower score, because I was less harsh that time, because I'm trying to keep the scores down. We cannot have score inflation, so everybody gets a 10. That's not how it works. But I think this is definitely a 7 out of 10, and honestly, just with the improvement from last time, I think a 7 is a suitable score. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves here, but it's a big improvement from last time. You can see the plants have really grown in a lot since then. And when I say it's a big improvement from last time, once again, I'm not saying that the tank was horrible last time. I'm just saying that tanks need time to look good, and this one has clearly been given some time now at this point. So yeah, that's it. I think this is getting a 7 out of 10. I think 7.5 is too much, but should I give out like a 7.1 or something? No, I think a 7 out of 10 is good. I have stayed to only giving out like either whole or half scores, so I'm giving it a 7 out of 10 this time. Congratulations on an improvement since the last time. I think your frogs are quite happy in here. Here we have the next enclosure, and this one houses a crested gecko. Is this the first enclosure of today which didn't have dart frogs? No, it wasn't. We had the day geckos a lot earlier, on like number 3 or something, but that was ages ago at this point. I'm getting sidetracked so much. Nice to see will be nice to see your enclosure with a clean glass in the Discord server later, Shy Horizon. I will see you there afterwards. Anyways, this enclosure houses a crested gecko, and I think this is a very well made crested gecko vivarium from all that I can see. I will see if I can find some message from this. No, that's not what I meant to do. It should stay there. My messages are on the other monitor. I'm just talking to myself while doing things that you really don't care about, probably. Okay, the message just said that there's a crested gecko in here, which is reasonable. You say before it had Dendrobates auratus. Do you mean this tank used to be keeping dart frogs? Is this your tank, lore 1026? Anyways. Solfan, you should join the Discord and spam Emmanuel there so the stream can end someday. Please don't do that. I cannot manage my Discord server and manage the chat and manage the stream all at the same time. So if you were to start posting profanity and stuff in my Discord server, then I wouldn't be there to moderate it for a while. Anyways, back to this enclosure. Yeah, it was your enclosure. Nice to have you here in the chat, Lore. That's a nice username. Anyways, for a crested gecko, I think this is exactly the way that you should set up your enclosure. Of course, you have a lot of options when it comes to plant species, but in general, golden pothos is a great way to go because you have a large lizard that's going to weigh significantly more than any dart frog. I think from the picture of the gecko you sent me, which I haven't included in the slideshow, it looked more like a juvenile or something. But eventually it's going to get fairly big and fairly heavy. So golden pothos is a great choice for a plant. And I really like when a crested gecko tank is just totally overgrown with one plant species. Mine is not really super overgrown at the moment, or well it is. I have a huge philodendron which is just putting leaves against the top of the tank, which I hate it when alocasias in other people's tanks do, so yeah, I hate it when it does in my own tank as well. But at the same time, in a crested gecko tank I don't really mind that much because I want the gecko to have plenty of big leaves to climb around on. I use philodendron burle marks in my enclosure, which I think is an amazing choice for a crested gecko vivarium if you would at some point want something else than golden pothos, because that's also a super fast growing aroid which is not ridiculously common. But golden pothos are great. I've had many crested gecko vivarium iterations over the years. She has moved homes a few times. Many of those iterations were just covered in some really common plant that was just meant to fill the entire tank, and it's amazing when they yeah, it looks amazing for a crested gecko when it gets really overgrown. Why is it so common for people to use plants they know will quickly outgrow the tank? You do have a point, but with a crested gecko, I honestly think that's what you want. You definitely don't want a crested gecko tank to just have a bunch of Markoravias, you know, a background that slowly but surely gets covered and starts looking nice over time. Like, I want my crested gecko vivariums to look like this because that's going to be a much happier crested gecko for sure. Of course you could get something that grows slightly slower, but to be honest, the plants are going to take such a beating from that animal every once in a while that it doesn't really matter. But yeah, in some cases for sure you can definitely in some cases for sure it can definitely be annoying. Can you get the spelling of the plant I recommended? I'll just do it like this. It's philodendron burle marks. I don't know if this is a species. I mean, burle marks I think is a person. I don't know if this is a species named after him or if it's just some cultivar, since it's not, you know, an italicized name as it usually is with or this way for you viewers. It's not like an italicized name like it usually is with common with scientific names. But Google philodendron burle marks. And don't Google burle marks fantasy, because that is a completely different plant. You can Google that as well, of course, but that's a tiny aroid, which I really like. I have that one as well. But philodendron burle marks is a great recommendation for crested gecko enjoyers, as they are. I mean, it's not the most beautiful plant in the world, though there is a variegated form which is quite pretty. But that's just a recommendation from me. I like my philodendron burle marks. Anyways, back to the enclosure. Yeah, for crested gecko enclosures, I really like to have it be very overgrown like this, and I think this is a great example that you're setting. As far as the size is concerned, I think this, I would guess this is 45, 45, 60, 18, 18, 24, but that's just my gut feeling, I'm not entirely sure. In Sweden, people are starting to say that this is too small for crested geckos, and to some extent I agree. I like having some dimension being bigger. Mine is in 45 by 45 by 90 or 36 inches tall. But you know, it still kind of works. I think a 45, 45, 60 is totally fine, but I would definitely not go smaller than that for any crested gecko. And an upgrade is always welcome, but this is a well-planted enclosure. I don't really have an issue with the tank size at all. That's my opinion. How can you grow moss? I think growing moss in a crested gecko vivarium is going to be really, really difficult. You do have a misting system, to be fair, so it could work. I would never in a million years get moss to grow in my crested gecko vivarium, because I keep it a lot drier than my dart frogs enclosures. I mean, if you look at, I haven't actually looked at the most recent New Caledonia series from a YouTuber called Dav Kaufman, but I looked at one of his series from a very long time ago, and to be fair, it's kind of the same story for dart frog habitats, that they're not as wet as you would expect, but crested geckos, they really don't come from the rainforest, it's more so just the forest. The thing about moss is that it requires a surface to be constantly moist. If it dries up, especially for the first like 2 months of the moss growing, the moss is just going to die and you're not going to have a good time. At least for me, I'm never growing moss in a crested gecko vivarium. That's not going to work for me. I know some people keep crested geckos more humid than I do and keep the surfaces more moist than I do in my crested gecko vivarium. But it's not something I would focus on. I would just do that in a dart frog tank instead, because in there it will fit in a lot better. I usually use aquarium mosses that I put on land, either Java moss or Christmas moss or weeping moss. That's usually a good option. I also have some unidentified moss species that just appears every once in a while. Anyways, we are going to give this tank a score. I haven't really covered the background, but there seems to be some interesting thing here in the back. Not sure what that is, and some fake log base kind of. I'm really unsure what's going on here. Thing is, I want to give this tank a high score because I think it's a great enclosure for the crested gecko. It's not super pretty, but to some extent you can't make a crested gecko vivarium as pretty as some dart frog vivarium, in my opinion. Of course you can make a more fancy custom-made background than this one, but you can only do so much. Of course you could replace the plants as well if you want to, but I think I'm going to give this one a 7.5. Yeah, I think a 7.5 is reasonable, because while it isn't like the most beautiful tank on the planet, and very few crested gecko enclosures are, it's still a very efficient setup for a crested gecko, and I can assume that your gecko is quite happy in here. Grow the tank out for 6 months with a moss prior to introducing the geckos. That is something that can kind of work. Moss is less sensitive to drying out after it's been very well established, but it is going to take a while, so yeah, I'm not really sure. I was guessing this was some Exoterra background. I just hadn't seen this specific one before, and I did see the cork bark tube. What is this thing over here? Is this some like tree fern panel tree, or just some own construction? Oh, maybe it's tree fern panels on the whole wall. I really thought it was like a tree trunk, fake tree trunk in this back corner, and then you had somehow tried to like implement the cork bark tube to be a part of that, but maybe the entire wall is just covered with tree fern panels or cork bark or some stuff. Anyways, that's why I was confused. I think a 7.5 is or 7.5 is reasonable for this tank. I'm very inconsistent on if I pronounce it half or half. I guess that's the con of not being either American or British when I speak English. Anyways, 7.5, great job. I'm sure your crested gecko is quite happy in here. Here we have a great enclosure. These are probably one of my favorite submissions that I got today for sure. It's tree-fern panel. I had a feeling it was, but thank you for the clarification. This is an enclosure that houses Ranitmea variabilis French Guiana on the left and Dendrobates auratus on the right. And these are just beautiful enclosures. I guess that this one to the left has been set up for a lot longer than the one to the right, or maybe not a lot longer, but still significantly longer, if I were to guess. But they are fairly similar, and I really like when two enclosures are set up in the same style and are situated close to each other. These are also tanks that look like they have been made by somebody who knows what they're doing. I say that all the time because I cannot find any other way to express that same feeling, but it just looks suitable. The only plant in here that I would honestly remove right away is this Neprolepis cordifolia. I'm guessing it's a Neprolepis cordifolia. There are many similar plants, but that's the first one that comes to mind. Because this plant grows insanely quickly, and it's most likely going to get very, very long. Do you say petioles when it's a fern? I really don't know what you say, but not stems, not leaves, because the leaves are tinier. Whatever, the thing that's sprouting out is going to get super long, and it's probably going to start squishing against the top eventually. I used to have this one in a 90 centimeter tall tank, and it got way past half the height at least. It went really, really high. And I eventually had to go in there with a scissors and a pair of scissors and cut all the way around the roots, which, you know, was a funny experience. And you know, I think I would personally remove that one before it gets too out of hand, because it's not a nice species to have in your tank in the long run. Though they do look pretty, so I can understand why you put it there, and it's not like it's going to be impossible to remove it later if you do decide to wait. I can understand that you don't want to kill your darlings and take it out. That's certainly relevant. But all the other plant choices, I see another Neprolepis here, but besides that, all the other plant choices look really, really good. I can assume this Pilea involucrata needs trimming every once in a while, but that's fine. That's nothing that's impossible. Especially this tank to the left already looks very, very lush, and I can see this one to the right getting to that point eventually. I had this discussion about moss earlier today, or well, not discussion because I'm just talking to myself, and to you of course, but you don't respond very quickly in the chat. I was talking earlier about how I like moss mostly when it's very flat against the surface, while here you have, you know, a big cushion of moss, a big pillow of it. And that can become very difficult for the frogs to climb on and utilize that part of the tank. And it also seems like the moss often dries out. So every once in a while I like to remove almost all of the moss and just leave a tiny bit which is attached, you know, directly to the wood underneath it. And then it will grow back and look even more beautiful than it did before. So I think you shouldn't be afraid to trim down the moss, especially when it starts getting the layer starts getting really, really thick like this. It loses colors, it loses humidity and all of that. So me personally, I think that I would give the moss a bit of a rinse. But besides that, I really like all of the tiny leaves. You seem to have had the Markravias really take off, which takes a bit of patience, but when you get there, it's always amazing. I see some nice orchids in here. I guess this and this should be some type of orchids. Just really nice looking tanks. I almost feel like I want to give out a 10 to these two tanks as like as a pair, but I think a 9.5. Something is still missing. Maybe not missing, but I'm not going to give out the 10s so easily. I think a 9.5 is perfectly reasonable for these two tanks, judging them kind of as one. Also, something very interesting that this person mentioned in the email is these cork bark panels, which are just situated on top of the mesh, on top of the enclosure, which was a temporary solution for holding the humidity in, which you normally use like plastics for, but apparently worked well. So I just wanted to point that out. But what do you say in the chat? I think a 9.5 is reasonable for these ones. I'm not going to hand out the 10s too easily, but these tanks just look great. They look very full, they look very complete. I said before that something was missing, but nothing is really missing from these tanks. Not at all. They look like a nice complete unit. Anyways, time for the next vivarium. And that is submission number 18. I will try to find the note about this one as well, because I don't remember everything on the top of my head. Here we have something. Have I skipped something? Oh, here we have it. This is a zoomed enclosure, which is 36 by 18 by 18 inches, 90, 45, 45 centimeters, which is still in the grow out phase, but it's been up and running for about 4 months at this point. And it houses Auratus green and black Costa Rican. I don't think it's a pair of Dendrobatus auratus. I think that was a mistake when I was making the slideshow, because I had copy pasted some other slide which had a pair. It's just Dendrobatus auratus Costa Rica in this enclosure. So what do I have to say about this one? Great question. You can see the what's it called? Filter foam as a drainage layer, and then substrate above it. I think this is what I'm going to do for my next enclosure as well, because I'm not super happy with only having filter foam. I want a layer of bark above it which can stay humid and kind of balance out the humidity. The one thing that I am noticing is that all of this substrate looks completely bone dry, besides here in the front. I think I've had one case of an enclosure, one of the ones next to me in fact, where I've really been struggling to moisten up the substrate. It kind of becomes hydrophobic, and since I set up that tank, I have pretty much always mixed in water while mixing together my substrate mix, so it will just start at an appropriate moisture level. It makes everything so much easier. It's going to stay moist forever unless the humidity would drop for a super long time or anything stupid like that. So what was I going to say? Yeah, this bone dry substrate is something that you might want to get sorted quickly before something happens. It is probably only at the front, because the rest of the tank looks properly humid. You can even grow moss in here, so I would guess that the substrate behind this, like front few centimeters, is very moist. And I could also be completely wrong about everything I'm saying right now, so take it all with a grain of salt. But this is a nice looking tank. It's in the grow out phase for sure, as you mentioned, but honestly, this is not an enclosure that I'm just being annoyed that it's not fully grown in or anything like that. I think this is starting to look really good. Here we have an example of a fast growing plant species, if anybody is looking for that. This is Cissus discolor, which I can highly recommend. Or I don't know how highly I recommend it, but it is a cool plant. It's fun for a while, and it's very easy to trim back, as it's not going to like root super hard into the background. You can just remove it super easily. You can trim it back and it will grow back out again. I'm got a hiccups now. That's funny. What else do we have? Obviously the walls are quite empty on the left side where you don't have this Cissus plant, but you will eventually find some plant species that you want to fill a similar purpose on this side. I always like some medium-sized leaved aroids, like, you know, Monstera Adansonia is a very common alternative, but there are so many more creative ones that you can also pick. Monstera siltepecana is a great one that I should have mentioned before, but didn't for some reason. You have, of course, many smaller philodendrons as well. Something like that would be great on this side. We have the Alocasia amazonica, and I'm not going to have my Alocasia rant once again, but I do dislike them in vivariums, and I think it tends to be difficult to keep them looking good. after a while. Now I did just have my alocasia rant again, right after saying that I wouldn't. What else do we have? We have some weird plant here, which looks like the leaves have just been like slaughtered. Maybe it's just this one, I'm not actually sure. We have some interesting plant here, which is another plant that grows from like not a bulb, but still one centralized point rather than a vine. I would definitely add a vining plant with leaves of the similar size to this side of the enclosure, because I think this wall kind of needs that, and this plant is not, it is going to get higher of course, but it's not going to start climbing at any point. I'm not sure what this is, if it's a Calathea or Gopetia. I think they've changed a bunch of species names in that genus. It's not my biggest area of expertise. I think this is a very solid looking enclosure. You have a great background. I really like the scape with this large wood piece going all across the enclosure. That's great as well. So overall, good enclosure. I think this is an 8 out of 10. Usually I don't want to hand out too high scores prematurely, like way before it's grown in. But I think this is looking very, very promising. There were 24 or 23 submissions sent in advance, and I think I had like 6 new emails that I'm going to add after the short break. So we're going to keep going for a little while, and you shouldn't miss too much if you have to turn off the sound temporarily. Of course you can always catch it back later, but of course you don't want to miss out on being in the chat and answering my questions to you when your vivarium is being reviewed, if I have any questions about it. But yeah, I think 24 submissions were sent in advance at least. Anyways, I think this tank is getting an 8 out of 10, and that could definitely be increased to like 8.5 territory, maybe 9 territory in the future, once it's more grown in and you have gotten a few more other plants to kind of fill in, especially the left side, because I feel like the left side needs something more than it currently has. Do I like Markgravia elkokia, or however that's pronounced. I do like it. I keep a little bit of it. It's not growing super well at the moment for me, but it's not a plant that I dislike at all. I think it's a very pretty plant, a fun one to keep for sure. My goat just powering through this 07. Yeah, it's I'm getting tired, but it's very fun to do this. I always look forward to it. Doing my first like 2-3 live streams, I was definitely nervous before starting, but yeah, by now I'm used to it. It's quite nice speaking a bit more spontaneously than I usually do in my videos, where everything is scripted down to every final word. Though to be fair, while doing these live streams, I also realize how much I ramble on off-topic stuff and all of that. So I think it's a good thing my videos are scripted. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find the right words to express what I want to express in them. But these live streams are fun, for sure. Anyways, what did I give this one? I gave this one an 8 for now, I think. You're thinking of ordering Markgravia elkokia? I mean, you can go ahead if you want to. I think I got a cutting for free from the same subscriber that gave me the Solanum oleanum. We talked a bit about that earlier. He had, like, I initially knew him as a guy who submitted an enclosure here, and then I met him at an expo. I have bought very few vivarium plants for the past few years. Like, I just have such a nice collection that I just take plants from other enclosures. I trade a bit, and I just try to not spend money on it for the most part. I do buy some at the Frog Day, which is a meetup we have in Sweden twice a year, where we sell and buy frogs and supplies and plants and all of that. So I can highly recommend going to some expo with other frog people. And in general, I always recommend seeking out other private hobbyists rather than buying from like you know, big plant stores, because you're going to get a much better deal in that case when you get to like a private hobbyist. At the moment my tanks are very well trimmed, so don't contact me specifically about buying plants unless you happen to live in Gothenburg or something. But in general, if my tanks weren't as trimmed down as they happen to be right now, you know, I would be happy to put 10 species in a plastic bag and sell it for a very cheap price compared to most big stores. And in general, just in the dart frog hobby, always find contacts, find people with, did I say contacts? I don't know what I'm saying. Contacts. Find other people with the same interest. Especially when you're new to the hobby, it can be totally invaluable, because you get so many. You can get so many cuttings. You can get some nice food cultures, and you also have a backup in case your fruit fly cultures would fail or something like that. But most importantly, you get so much knowledge and experience from them. Most people are very happy to help. So I can highly recommend getting to know other people in your area in the hobby. I think it's often forgotten about today in, you know, such a social media dominated world, that you know, reach out to people in real life, preferably. Go and visit somebody who has dart frogs. Most of them are friendly and very happy to show off their collection. I know many people who've been in the dart frog hobby for a very long time, and it has, you know, certainly changed during the time that they've been in the hobby. You know, at the start, you've tried to find information in books and visit other keepers, but today it's completely different, and many just forget about the whole community aspect to the hobby. And I think that's something, not to throw shade on the reptile community or the tarantula community, but I used to be a lot into tarantulas and more into reptiles, but dart frog people are usually there are many amazing people that I know from the tarantula community as well, but in general the dart frog community is a lot nicer and less toxic, I would say, besides a few Facebook groups. I'm not going to talk about that. That was just a very long and off-topic rant about some of my thoughts about that. But seriously, look into finding other people in the hobby, because that's what really makes it incredible. To be honest, I don't know if I would still be keeping dart frogs if it wasn't for our Swedish Dendrobatida society. I probably would, but not be as excited about it as I am today and have as big of a collection. Because when we have meetups twice a year, you know, seeing my friends there who I meet only twice a year, they come from a place that's like 12-hour drive away within the northernmost part of the country. Basically meeting everybody there twice a year, speaking about frogs, everybody being so passionate, excited, new frogs. It's a very amazing experience, and they're also kind. You know, you get a bunch of cuttings here and there. I'm just saying, oh, they're kind, they're giving me free stuff, but you know, it's a nice community. That was a very long side note, but get to know other dart frog people. You will be very happy about doing so. And for the people either here in Sweden, join the Swedish Dendrobatida Society, and for the people who aren't here in Sweden but might be in the Netherlands, you also have a society that you can join. I don't know about any other countries. I think there are some associations in the US as well. I don't know. Anyways, time for submission number 19. And this one is for Epipodobedes anthonii and some morning geckos. I think this enclosure was submitted last time, but it was way less grown in at that point. I do remember very clearly how it looked, but it's a major difference from that day to now. So your score is going to be higher, I can tell you that. Something that I remember talking about last time is this waterfall on a cork bark background. If cork bark stays constantly moist, and not just slightly humid, but like constantly moist, then you're definitely going to have a problem with the cork bark breaking down very fast. But now in this email, the guy who sent this one actually said that the waterfall is made from lava rocks, so it shouldn't break down. So I'm hoping that's the case and that the cork bark isn't getting too moist from it. Besides that, what should we say about this tank? I really like the scape. I think this is an awesome wood piece that you just have hanging here all the way from the top left down here, almost into the water feature. There aren't a lot of branches in here, but honestly, I like the clean layout. If this was a crested gecko tank, I would be heavily criticizing you for not using the volume of the tank more. You know, there's just one branch. Maybe heavily criticizing is the wrong word because it's a big tank. But, you know, when you keep dart frogs or in this case morning geckos, I think this sort of layout is totally fine and usually looks a lot better in the long run. So yeah, I really like this branch. I also really like everything that's growing on it. Oftentimes you see branches that are just completely empty on top of them, like, oh, here's a wood piece, but it looks very integrated into the setup when you have these mosses and these ferns and all of that. So yeah, I think it's great. At some point this branch is probably going to snap from the high moisture because corkbark tube typically does that. I think this looks pretty good, and if it does snap in the future, it would be, I'm not going to say easy to replace because it looks really good now, but it's going to be very possible to replace it. Before moving on, did I miss submission number 15? Did I just... yeah, I skipped past this one way too quickly. Thank you for being sharp-eyed and noticing that issue. I will get back to submission number 15 once I am done with this one. Anyways, what am I going to say about this one? What else am I going to say about this one? There are definitely some plants in here that I would never use in a tank. The Alocasia Black Velvet, this is the Alocasia that I like, and I think Silver Dragon is fine too, but Black Velvet stays fairly small and I also don't think it looks ugly. This is also a tank that is so big that you can use the Alocasia Amazonica with no issue. Like, you're not going to have a problem with it in here, so I'm not even going to criticize you for that. Though I think it's ugly, but that's my personal opinion. What else do we have? There are a lot of plants here which are fairly common. There are also rare ones. You have the Philodendron brantianum, Monstera siltepecana, not super rare, but fairly rare, I would still say. And of course you have a very nice bromeliad choice. I really like the ones with different green colors rather than being red and all of that. When you still have a pattern on the leaf, I think this is like my favorite Neregilia, and this Verecia splendens type of thing. Along with Verecia hieroglyphica is my favorite Verecia, so I really appreciate that. Besides that, there are a lot of common plants, you know, this one, whatever its name is, I don't know because I don't care. As well as these Alocasias and this Syngonium. They are, you know, plants that you would find in a garden center. It wouldn't be super uncommon to get your hands on them, but still quite interesting plants to have in your tanks for sure. I don't know why I even said that word. I'm just saying words at this point, but they're pretty common plants that you can find pretty much everywhere. But I think it's inspirational that you still create a very nice rainforest, even though all of us egocentric, elitist dart frog keepers are like, we want rare plants. No, doesn't matter, you can use these normal ones too. Though there are also some really nice plants here which you cannot really find equivalents for in a garden center. You know, you have of course the mosses and all of that, but you have well-chosen bromeliads, you have the Monstera siltepecana and these ones. I'm not saying that every plant in a garden center is bad, but some of the more common ones that I associate more to being a house plant than being a vivarium plant don't really fit in. I think this enclosure is a 9 out of 10. Is that too high? No, I think a 9 out of 10 is perfectly reasonable, and I'm sure you didn't get a 9 out of 10 last time. Not that it wasn't pretty, but it had a long way to go. But now you can finally see where it has ended up. Do I have the old one? I don't remember what number you had last time though. Actually, is this the one that I didn't have time to review because I had some trouble finding the email, so it wasn't included last time? Or was it included? I don't actually remember. What are you saying in the chat? Yeah, 9 out of 10 feels reasonable, at least. I agree with you in the chat saying that you agree with me. That makes me stop second guessing myself. Is it like, no, it's not here. Was it even in the summer? Or was it the previous one? Actually, I cannot find it right now. Maybe I'm just missing something. If you were really quick and saw a number and saw the enclosure, then write that in the chat. But otherwise, it's fine. You can just imagine this same tank, but with no plant growth, just a background and tiny cuttings. You'll submit another build next time. Feel free to do so. I think you had some other build in the same email. I really want to save time, so I only included one image. But I think the other build you sent was also a very nice looking one. If I'm not mixing you up with anyone else, I think you had 2 images. But yeah, 9 out of 10, congratulations. That's a very high score for a tank, but that's nice. Let's move on to not the next one, but the previous one that I somehow skipped over. Here we have a tank that houses Phyllobates vittatus and Ophaga pumilio bastimentos. The chat... Somebody is knocking on something. It's so weird living in an apartment, being able to hear everything. But I don't think it was anything bad. Anyways, now I can put the chat back. I can answer the question right away because I see it. Does Ranitmea vanzolini have localities? Basically not that I have ever seen in the hobby. I have only ever seen a frog sold as Ranitmea vanzolini without any additional locality info. I think Ranitmea flavovitata, which is a similar one, does have maybe not localities, but it is localities, but they have names which aren't implying localities. It's like gold leg and stuff like that. But vanzolini, I've never seen localities. Anyways, the left tank houses Phyllobates vittatus and the right one houses Ophaga pumilio. These are very unique looking tanks, I must say, and I really appreciate all of the rocks in here. Are you still in the chat? Who sent this one? I don't... it's Juan Gabriel Luna. Yes. I have to ask, are these rocks real or is it some like fake rocks? It's very uncommon to see like large rocks since they are obviously heavy. But I really like this sort of layout with the rocks on the ground. I think that's something that you don't see often enough in vivariums, just rocks on the ground, because you would see that in nature plenty of times. I see a comment in the chat about the lighting, and I think I agree. The lighting is quite cozy. I also like to take pictures, just like you seemingly do, of my enclosures when the whole room is completely dark, so that the contents of the enclosures pops out a bit more. So that's reasonable. Often it looks a bit darker on the image or a bit lighter or whatever. Sometimes it looks a bit weird, but I guess in person it's pretty normal. But you say it's real river rocks, which is nice to hear. It's not nice if you're moving the tank, but taking them out shouldn't be too hard. Is there any background in here? I think the one to the right is an Exoterra background, right? That's just upside down. Or maybe not upside down, maybe this is the right way. I don't know what you're supposed to do. I think this is upside down, because you don't want this empty space. But like this one, what background do you have in here? It seems like something with plenty of depth, at least. Yeah, the vertical branches is also something to point out, which is not super normal in a vivarium. So it's great to see you mixing it up and challenging the norms that are so established in the hobby. The rocks are permanently glued. Well, I hope you never have to move this enclosure from where it's standing right now. I can say when I moved into this apartment, I was very happy about the fact that my biggest enclosure had a filter foam as substrate and could be drained of all the water. But anyways, it should be fine. You can probably move them. But yeah, spray foam, you say in the chat, which would have been my first guess because it looks like something fairly thick, this background. Yeah, it's looking good. One thing that I'm really noticing about the tank to the right is how much orchids you have near. Like, it's very uncommon to see a vivarium that's overgrown with an orchid species. And maybe not overgrown, but very well grown in with this orchid species, which is just the most notable plant. I'm going to do one guess of a species, and if I'm correct, then I'm really good. Is this Pleurothallis costaricensis? I'm guessing it's another Pleurothallis, or maybe I wasn't even close, but I had to get that guess out there. Yeah, rock is probably the most underutilized hardscape. I think I agree with that one. Maybe I should put some rocks in my next enclosure. You see, I'm not only influencing you, you're influencing me when you are submitting your enclosures here. Yeah, rocks are a great option if you want to avoid leaf litter as well. I think I had some tank where I really wanted to avoid leaf litter at the start, and then I was like, no, I can just add it, it's gonna be fine. But I can see why you would want some mossy sections and all of that, and rocks are a great way to kind of interrupt that constant moisture. So I can certainly appreciate you using the rocks there. That's definitely making the setup a lot more unique than it was before. But yeah, it's very impressive that you have an enclosure that's not overgrown with an orchid, but basically it is. That takes either a lot of time or very good orchid maintenance, or both, and I have neither. Maybe I have a lot of time, but I have killed so many orchids. So I would love to have this orchid growth. Maybe I wouldn't love to have an Exoterra background, but the orchids are really nice. And in this tank it also looks like you have mostly orchids. Now these should all be orchids. Whatever you have on the back wall should be mostly orchids. Just a nice looking tank. I'm not going to judge the one to the right because the Exoterra background drags it down so many points. But the one to the left should get a really high score. Is this another 9 out of 10? Are we getting tired of giving out 9s out of 10s to every single good tank because I'm too hesitant to give out a 10? Would love to see this tank again in the next live, so feel free to resubmit it. If you can get these orchids to grow as well as these ones have, then this tank is going to look really insane at that point. Yeah, 9 out of 10 for this one, the one to the left that is. And this orchid growth is kind of contributing, but this background sucks, so I'm not going to judge the tank to the right. Not that the background sucks, I mean the frogs are fine of course, but still. Yeah, this is a great tank. I think a 9.5 out of 10. This is something very far from the ordinary. As somebody who has killed a Pleurothallis costaricensis, I do feel a bit offended, though to be fair I wasn't really trying to keep it alive, I just placed it in a horrible spot and let it die a painful death. I think if I want to try some orchids in the next tank that I'm setting up. I've done so many stupid mistakes with plants that I want to clear up in the next tank. Recently I've been good at killing bromeliads, which I never did before, and the reason I kill them nowadays is because I don't attach them with super glue, but rather I try to squeeze them into the hardscape in some weird place, and then that weird place always stays super moist, so the bromeliads die. It's really dumb, and I should stop doing that. That's off topic. Thank you so much for reminding me about not forgetting this submission. I would not have noticed that I had skipped it if that was the case. Where was I? This is a new tank that we haven't reviewed before. Here we have the next enclosure, and I will remove the chat for a tiny moment so you can see whatever I have written here. This enclosure was apparently started in November of 2025, and I think it's really impressive that it looks this good after being so recently set up. Anyways, let's put the chat back. And this person is considering adding a big group of Epipodobetes or Phyllobetes to this tank, which sounds great because, sorry, not Phyllobetes, I meant Dendrobetes leucomelas. Which sounds great, those are good group frogs. Sometimes a bunch of leucomelas females can be problematic if you have more females than males, but it should be fine. Especially with the standard morph, they tend to do very well in groups. And the Epipodobetes is always a fun group frog to keep. This is an amazing looking tank and I have a lot of good things to say about it. Funnily enough, if you remember my review of what was it? It was this tank. I'm going to say the exact same thing once again about this Neprolepis fern. And in this tank, I think it's even more important because this tank seems to be smaller and this one is also closer to the door. So it will be easier to take it out, but I think this plant is going to become super dominant. You're going to have to kill your darling sooner or later, and I think I would like to do it sooner if I were you. So I would take this plant out, but besides that, I think I literally only have good things to say about this tank. You have some nice moss growth on the ground, which I really like to see, though you still have plenty of leaf litter, so it's not the only option that the frogs have. As long as it's live moss on the ground, I think it's totally fine. If it's dead moss, then I think that's a problem, but live moss on the ground can look really nice, and the frogs seem to appreciate it if it's not covering the entire tank. What else? In here we see a nice mixture of some rare plant species and some more common ones, though most of them are fairly rare. You have the Philodendron verrucosum. I guess rare is a weird definition, especially now that since the plant hype during the pandemic, the actual big box stores have started bringing in more fun plant species. But you know, Philodendron verrucosum, really awesome vivarium plant, which is not really seen as much outside of the vivarium hobby. I love the Davalia that you have used here. It's one of my favorite ferns, and I have killed a few, but they are amazing when they are growing well, which yours seems to be. I was gonna guess that this is just a super common Philodendron Brazil, as they're usually called. I think it's a Philodendron hederaceum, not morph, but cultivar. However, this could also be the super rare Philodendron cream splash. And if it is, then I'm not ashamed of insulting it by calling it the Philodendron Brazil, because I think Philodendron cream splash is the most overhyped plant of all time. I hate them. I think they are just as ugly as the original, which the original is fine, but it's also super cheap, and Philodendron cream splash is cheap now, but it wasn't before. You can Google Philodendron cream splash, and I'm honestly going to claim that a Philodendron Brazil is prettier than the cream splash, despite being at that time during the pandemic much more expensive. Anyways, I'm getting on a very fun side rant about something that none of you asked for, but the market for aroids during the pandemic was an incredible social experiment to witness. It felt like I was in on the hype for some species, but not for that one. I think this is the common version, the Philodendron Brazil, but there was a super rare one that looked the exact same way, the cream splash, which is the one that I'm shitting on. So what else do we have? We have some nice plant growth on the wall. This is Ficus pumila quercifolia, right? At first I couldn't really make out the shapes of the leaves, but I think some of these ones really look like a Ficus pumila quercifolia. There seems to be some peperomia, though I'm not sure if it's Peperomia amarginella or one of the thicker and waxier ones. This thing on the left really looks like a Peperomia prostrata, which is a plant that I've had in my collection, but I really disliked it in enclosures because I thought the leaves seemed very waxy and big and felt out of place in the rainforest enclosures. If it is, I mean, if you like it, then go ahead and keep it, but I personally wasn't a big fan of it, and I'm really happy I took it out before it got big and beautiful. I like Peperomia amarginella a lot, which is smaller and more tropical, I would say. But if you like it, then that's great for you. I see a comment in the chat about this tank might benefiting from more hardscape, which I suppose I agree with. I mean, more hardscape wouldn't be bad for this tank, but I wouldn't say it's like super necessary. I can also appreciate the open layout, especially for terrestrial species. Of course, all frogs will climb, especially leucomelas. They always like to sleep right below the top of the enclosure. I can predict that this is going to be an amazing sleeping spot for Dendrobates leucomelas. When I used to keep Dendrobates leucomelas froglets, I would keep like 14 in one enclosure, and every single one would be piled up on the same leaf right towards the lid, squeezed in, super uncomfortable it looked like from our perspective, but they would always sleep together as high as they could get. That's besides the point I was trying to make. Some big hardscape piece in the middle could look very nice, and in that case you would have to make sure that there are plenty of plants growing on top of it, so it doesn't just feel like a wood piece that you have placed in there which is completely dead and empty. But yeah, I could appreciate more hardscape, but honestly I think an open layout is totally fine. If you kept something very shy like Phyllobates vittatus, then maybe they would be more shy with this open layout and they would want more shady places, but I think it's gonna be fine. I think I've been handing out so many 9s out of 10s, but I think this is another 9 out of 10, to be honest. I just had a thought. Wouldn't it be very, very funny if one of you who had sent in your enclosure was in the chat and then just didn't say that it was your enclosure, but just pointed out like, yeah, I think this was really well executed in this tank. Oh, that was great, that thing they did. Wow, that's an incredible plant. This tank deserves a 10 out of 10. And you're just talking about your own tank in the chat without saying it's your own. That's just a funny thought that crossed my mind, which would be hilarious. Actually, maybe not a hardscape, maybe adding botanicals like seed pots, dead wood on the ground would be nice for an open setup. Yeah, there are certainly options, or maybe, as we have just learned, rocks could be an option. Actually, I think it would be out of place in this tank, specifically when it's not built around the rocks. But I'll definitely be keeping rocks in mind a lot more for my next build after seeing that previous one. Anyways, I've been handing out way too many 9s out of 10, but this is another 9 out of 10. Incredible that such a young tank can look like this if it was set up in November of 2025. It's gonna look better. I would remove this Neprolepis because one day you are going to hate it if you don't remove it. And it's gonna be annoying to remove later, and it's going to choke out other plants and all of that. Yeah, rocks wouldn't look right here, I agree with you. But in some tanks they would. Yeah, 9 out of 10, another 9 out of 10. We have had, how many 9? Yeah, this was an 8, this was 9, this was 9. This was 9 out of 10, or 9.5 actually. We have had so many 9s out of 10 recently, and this one was 9 out of 10 as well. So it's a good streak. You guys are too good at this. Why are you watching this channel if you know what you're doing? How many do we have left? I was just skipping way too quickly. Yes, here we have a setup that houses a Rhacodactylus leischianus. And those of you who don't know what that name is, it's the New Caledonian giant gecko, which you can actually see just chilling on this big branch. The person actually sent 2 images of this enclosure, but I had to pick the one where you could see the big, beautiful gecko. These geckos are huge, and when I was sent this enclosure, I just thought, wow, this species hasn't crossed my mind that it existed for like many years. It's pretty cool that a gecko can be like 40 centimeters big, or slightly smaller in most cases, but some locality gets really huge. That's just fascinating. Like, imagine so much body mass for a gecko. It just feels so out of place in some way. If you want to see incredible geckos, look up this scientific name on Google or something. Anyways, I think this tank looks pretty good. It looks like it's a nice big tank for this gecko. I would definitely not keep Leischianus in something super small. I am gonna say I've never kept a Leischianus. The closest experience I have is with my 2 crested geckos, of which I only have 1 right now. but I've had 2 in the past. My only experience with New Caledonian geckos or any large lizards, not large lizards, but some bigger than tiny geckos, is with Cresties. But this tank looks really good. I see a lot of people using plenty of cork bark in their enclosures for these big geckos, and I think that's probably what they like. I would say that while I think this scape would have been very sufficient if you kept something like dart frogs, then I wouldn't ask you to add more hardscape at all. But for arboreal geckos, I would love to see one more cork bark, cork bark tube, like one more big one or something. So the enclosure would feel a bit more full, if you know what I mean. Like there is a lot of space here. I mean, you do have the kind of one-off branches, but besides that, there is a lot of open space here in the upper half. But you have done a really great job so far, so I'm not going to to complain too much. 200 grams is insane for a gecko. My crested gecko is fat, and she's like 55. I haven't weighed her in many years, but I used to do that a long time ago. She's like 50 grams, and that's big. But man, 200 grams, that's a lot for a gecko. It would just feel so surreal to hold one. I have to say I'm not interested in getting a New Caledonian gecko any more than the crested I have, because, you know, I don't want any diurnal animals that are just sitting, nocturnal animals, I mean, that are just sitting still all day. But it's a pretty cool pet, to be honest. There is something about them for sure, which I hadn't really reflected on too much for many years, but now seeing this one, it made me think. I will give you that. But yeah, I would love to see like one more big cork bark piece. If you want plant suggestions, I suggested Philodendron burley marks earlier for a crested gecko vivarium. Not that, I mean, that one was overgrown with golden pothos, so it didn't really need it, but that's the species that I'm using in my crested gecko tank, which works really well because it grows super quickly. It grows upwards, but it's still not like a vine, it's still like a bush. So if you were to try to place it on the ground somewhere here in the back part of the tank, it would just go up against this wall really beautifully, and it branches out so much. So I'm gonna type it out again if anybody has joined. Philodendron burl marks. If you want plant suggestions, you could look this one up. I think in the long run it's gonna take a while until it grows, but it is a very fast growing philodendron. That's just a fun recommendation, which I really like in a crested gecko enclosure. What else do I have that I could point out? Most of these plants, besides the tiny bromeliads, seem like ones that can be found in normal garden centers, which, you know, that's great. If you make it work, then you make it work. I feel like it's a miracle to me that this bromeliad is not squished up in a pile on the ground. I mean, to be fair, it's very tilted right now. I can imagine it's going to be in a while. But with such a big and heavy gecko, I feel like that's gonna be a problem. I mean, my crested gecko was able to fully destroy a Neregelia not by knocking it down, but just by sitting on it and squishing it until there was no life left in it. And this gecko is like 4 times heavier. So it's impressive to me that these bromeliads are somehow holding up. Maybe you are putting them back every once in a while. Anyways, really cool animal, really cool looking enclosure. I would love to see a bit more, like one more cork bark tube or two more, especially in the upper half, would be great. Plant suggestions, the philodendron I mentioned could be great if you can find it somewhere. That's just a random suggestion that crossed my mind today. Like, yeah, I have it in my crested gecko tank and it's perfect for that purpose. Hoyas from New Caledonia might be a fun idea if you're into having plants from the right region, if you think that's a fun sport. Another thing is that you can very clearly see the edges on the cork bark tubes. At least for backgrounds, you can very easily just use a fork to kind of remove, not particles from it, but you get my point, to make the surface less even. I'm not sure how well that works for, I mean, for panels you can use that. I'm not sure how well it works for a finished tube like this, but it's something that you could consider, just trying to roughen up the edges if you want to, but it doesn't really matter too much. I think that we are giving this one an 8 out of 10 because it's a big tank. Your gecko is happy. It's not the prettiest one, you know, you could have more plants, you could have different plants, you could have more plants, especially in the upper part of the tank. But it's an awesome lizard in an awesome tank, and I think it would be, yeah. I think there are improvements to be made. Maybe I should drag it down to 7.5. I have been judging, like I've been giving out higher scores to crested gecko tanks before, even though they're not as pretty as dart frog tanks, simply because if it's very well set up for the crested gecko, then it deserves a higher score. So I'm still giving this an 8, even though it's not as pretty as a dart frog enclosure that gets an 8. Yeah, I think it's a nice gecko setup. So yeah, take the 8 out of 10. Congratulations. Now we only have a few more until it's time for a break. And here we have another repeated submission. Yes, Burl Marks Fantasy and normal Philodendron Burle Marks are two very different plants. I think that I like the Fantasy more, but that is for dart frog tanks because it's a very tiny plant. Don't even bother putting it with a Lechianus. It's two completely different plant species, but the big Burle Marks that doesn't have Fantasy in the name is one that I can highly recommend for big geckos and stuff like that. Hello to the UK from Pure, and I cannot see your whole username. I only see the first letters. I'll have to. Pure and Shrimple. That is a great username. Wonderful to see that. Yeah. It's very weird regarding Philodendron Burle Marks, since that's not a scientific name. That's not how they work. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, this is the next enclosure, and this one does look much better than it did last time. I have had a very bad track record of bringing up the old enclosures, and I just keep wasting time because I cannot find them. But I have seen this one before. Where is it? I shouldn't have spent time on this again. How can I literally saw this one when I was looking for another enclosure earlier today. I don't think it's in this presentation. No, it's definitely not. It's definitely here. Yeah, I cannot find it. I'm sorry. Anyways, I was sent an image of this enclosure before when I think it had 2 plants in it, which obviously isn't a sign of somebody who has set up a horrible enclosure, but rather a sign of somebody who has set up an enclosure that's not done yet, which is totally fine. But now it's definitely getting somewhere. It should be a lot nicer now. Whoa, there are plenty of new chat messages that I just saw. Would you recommend keeping morning geckos in there? I'm not sure if I would recommend keeping morning geckos and dendrobates together for a beginner specifically, but if you have a very big tank that feels like, yeah, you should have 2 species in here, then sure. Don't do it just because, but if you're sitting there with like a 90 by 90 or 60 by 90 or something, then you can absolutely consider it. It's not like it's rocket science, but don't do it just because. That would be my recommendation. And don't try to squeeze it together in a tiny tank. Anyways, yeah, I see somebody in chat recalling how this one looks. I cannot find the old one, but you will have to live with this. Anyways, this tank is empty, but the person is considering some Phyllobates bicolor uraba, which is a very pretty Phyllobates. If I got another Phyllobates, I think I would go for these ones. Maybe Aurotania though, they are also beautiful. But I would definitely pick bicolor uraba over like just the completely yellow ones or completely orange ones. Anyways, this tank is definitely an improvement from last time. Because now you have plants in here which there weren't before, which is, as again, it was just because it wasn't finished last time. But you have some nice ones which seem to be doing well. I have a feeling like most surfaces in this tank dry up very quickly, but I could also be completely wrong about that. That's just my gut feeling, though I can just see the walls being super wet as well, so that's probably just something misleading for when the picture was taken. I don't know why, but for some reason this feels like the most dirty leaf litter ever. It's not dirty. I mean, that's not what it is, but it just feels very messy and disorganized in some way, which should be fine. I think it's nice to have different types of leaves in the leaf litter, but I think you might get a more clean layout that doesn't feel as scrappy or whatever if you used some mixed it up with some bigger rounder leaves as well. But whatever these leaves are, you know, if they work, they work, and the frogs are going to be happy regardless, of course, once you eventually get them. The plant choices are many that are quite interesting that I don't recognize. I don't know what this plant in the far back corner is. I don't know what this is either, but they seem to be doing really well. I think this is another ivy, and I was talking about ivies a bit earlier in the stream. I think they just look really out of place in vivariums. Maybe that's just for me because I'm really expecting them to be in a temperate climate. You know, I would expect to see them on a house wall here in Sweden somewhere, maybe in the southern part of the country at least. And I'm not sure how terribly they do in enclosures, but they just feel very out of place, if you get what I mean. And whatever is next to it, I have no clue what it is, but that one also really doesn't feel like a rainforest plant, and I don't think it's supposed to be this red. I think that's the symptom of it being in the wrong environment. You say pretty sure that's Cattleya. Do you mean I have to Google Cattleya now. What am I wrong about? Let's see. Which one is a Cattleya? Oh, I think we were talking about. Were we talking about different plants here? There are 3 plants in this pot, I think. There's some leaf here, and then there's this, which isn't obviously an ivy, but it looks kind of like that. I really don't think this is a bromeliad because it looks very like fluffy in some weird way. Oh yeah, this one to the right of the red brom. Yeah, that's could definitely be a Cattleya. Now I'm with you. I thought you were saying some of these plants that I was pointing at was an orchid, and I'm like, whoa, that's wild, but it's not. Yeah, these 2 plants feel really weird to me for some reason. I cannot tell you why because I don't know what it is. So take my words with a grain of salt. But that's just, you know, an interesting plant choice. I can also see some plants with a bit miscolored leaves. Like this Selaginella doesn't seem to be too happy. I don't think it's a pink cultivar. I think it's just not doing too well, which is often the case with Selaginella. In my experience, they often get miscolored if they are too dry, if I'm not mistaken. So that might be the case here in the top leaf litter layer. They want to be in contact with substrate that really stays properly moist. Actually, one thing that wouldn't surprise me about this tank, now I'm just really going by my gut feeling, so I could be totally wrong on this, but one thing that wouldn't surprise me is if the substrate and all of that stays a bit too dry. I mean, I know I say dry feet wet back, but maybe it's a bit too dry, but you have so little ventilation that the upper part of the tank still holds up the humidity. And that can have a very detrimental effect on any plants that are growing in the ground layer, as they will simply get very miscolored on their leaves and all of that. I have the same thing in 2 of the tanks that I have here to my left, where plants just aren't doing well. I have very limited ventilation, so which is a good thing, but it's too limited and the substrate has never caught up in the humidity, so that was a weird way to phrase it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. If you're obviously, the substrate shouldn't be like dripping wet, but it should be really moist still. You should never feel like a trace of dryness in your substrate. In my experience, that's what I like to go by. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the reason why many of the plants on the ground feel like they might have something to wish, and why the general humidity balance in the enclosure could feel slightly weird. I could be totally wrong on this, but I'm just mentioning it as I'm throwing it out there. You can do whatever you want with that piece of advice, but that's something I'm looking to try to get sorted in these tanks, because they are not pretty. One of these enclosures just has yellow leaves in the entire tank. Every single plant has it, despite there being constant condensation on not the front glass but at least on the side panels. The substrate still just isn't that moist. So what I do now is, whenever I mix substrate, I mix water into it right away, so it gets to the proper moisture level immediately, and then when I place it in the tank, it's all gonna be fine forever, as long as the humidity balance is decent. Anyways, we are getting sidetracked. I think this is a major improvement since last time. I've been criticizing some things and mostly just mentioning things that came to my mind as to what might be kind of fixable in this enclosure. But in general, you have bought some nice bromeliads in here, some beautiful ones. You have some plants that have definitely liked the setup a lot and have started climbing plenty. Some plants here that I think I would replace, but I could also be wrong because I literally don't know what they are. And yeah, there is of course room for new plants as well in this setup. This is some weird alocasia. I'm not going to talk about alocasias again for like the 8th time this stream. I'm just going to stop it. And I think this is one that's not gonna get too big. I'm not sure, to be honest. I couldn't even guess what alocasia species this is. But if you want to know my opinion on alocasia, then you should know that by now at this point in the stream. So, I think we are going to call it for this enclosure. What score do we give it? I cannot remember what I gave it last time, because it wasn't done at that point. But I think like a 6, because it's a solid start. Maybe I would go slightly lower, because whatever leaf litter you have really makes this look more like a compost or a dump rather than a beautiful leaf covered forest. I think that really does make a big difference. Yeah, Alocasia Mellow was my main guess, but I was not sure. Resurrection ferns. What is a resurrection fern? I don't even know how they look. I have to Google that, but I'm not going to show you because I don't want to show you everything. Resurrection fern. We're talking high stream quality here. You have to Google that yourself. Oh, those ones. Yeah, you're referring to these ones here at the front. Yeah, there is a chance that they won't do well. Wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Yeah, I mean, diverse leaf litter sounds really great on paper. I just think in this case it looks a bit too dirty in some weird way. Not dirty as in literal dirt, but a bit unfortunate. Yeah, I think we are giving this one 6 out of 10. I can certainly see that it could come a long way with a few more plants and some time to grow in. And it's totally fine to take it at your own pace, not add a ton of plants right away. Let it take some time. Experiment and see what happens with your plants, which ones thrive, which ones don't, which ones survive, which ones do you kill. It happens to everyone. There really is no rush. I mean, obviously you can have an enclosure that looks done in a few months, but that's really not necessary at all unless you are super eager to buy frogs quickly. I mean, this is an exception, not the rule. It's very uncommon to see a tank this beautiful after 2 months. Now I'm just bringing up other tanks to compare it, which is a bit bad or a bit douchey from my side. But you know, you really don't have to do that. You know, let it take time, add a plant at a time. Maybe it's not gonna be done in 6 months, but it's gonna look very pretty one day, and you're gonna be very happy with the result. And so far, this is a very great start. And if these resurrection ferns would thrive, I see a bit of a debate in the chat. We will see what happens with them. Then that would be a very nice part of the setup. So feel free to submit it again in the next review, and we'll see how it will have done until then. Now we are on the penultimate one before I take a break to add a few new ones. And this one houses 3 Ranitmea imitator Santa Rosa, which is a locality that I have very recently seen for the first time appearing in the hobby. And I haven't seen them in Europe yet, but I've seen them sold in the US in some Facebook groups and stuff. And this one, I have to bring up the message that this person sent just to give myself some credit. Holy crap, did you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Did you send 10 more vivariums during the stream? I think I've added like 3 in the past, which have been submitted during the stream. I cannot promise that I will review every single one because people might fall asleep, but I will get through some of them for sure. And I'll try to get through all of them. It can't be that hard, right? Surely. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyways, let me just find... here we have it. Actually, there weren't 10 new ones. There were like 8 new ones. I kind of miscounted. Yeah, I was really interested in seeing this comment that this guy left on here. Your complete care guide from around 5 months ago is what got me into the hobby. It randomly popped up in my feed one day, and for some reason I decided to watch it. They always really interested me, but I figured dart frogs must be inaccessible, and there was no way I could care for them since I only ever saw them at the zoo next to the venomous snakes. Your video changed my mind. After watching literally every video on your channel and doing a ton more research, I finally felt ready to build my vivarium and started building it in late September. I added the frogs in late October. I just thought that was... I got very happy when I read that. Like, I didn't realize that more people could also get into the hobby just from finding my videos. I mean, sure, I get that people would look for my videos when they search for how to care for dart frogs. The videos usually appear when you search for that, but to just find a randomly recommended video, I thought that was hilarious. So welcome to the hobby. I'm happy to have introduced you to it, to have changed your life a little bit, I guess. Anyways, what else? You also mentioned something about this tank being very lightweight. It weighs less than 30 pounds. Honestly, I don't know pounds to kilograms at all, because we use kilograms here. But you use filter foam as the substrate drainage to reduce the weight, and 2 sides covered in background are replaced with corrugated plastic instead of glass to make it durable and even lighter. This way I can very easily transport it to and from college on my own, which is something quite unique, which I think is very creative and a bit inspirational. Being able to move your tanks is of course important when you don't live in one place all the time, without it annoying the frogs too much. 14 kilograms, that's not a lot. That's what I would expect an empty Exoterra tank or something to weigh. So 14 kilograms for a finished tank, that's quite impressive. Anyways, that was the comment that I got from you. This seems to be a Hygrolon background, and there's nothing too crazy, but as somebody pointed out in the chat, this wood overhang is quite nice in the enclosure. What else do we have to point out? We have some nice tadpole here on the wall as well. And is this a full mesh top, or do you have some kind of cap on top of the enclosure with the light inside? Looks fairly interesting actually. What else do we have to say? There are some really nice plant species in there. Somehow this tank feels a bit dirty in a weird way. I know I said that about the previous tank as well. I guess that's mostly because of all the dead moss here. I don't think you should have any hopes that this moss is going to turn alive, so I would honestly remove like the bulk of it and then try to plant some real moss instead, because you're going to be much happier with that. It's not going to break down and smell like crap and all of that. So I think I would do that if I were you. But besides that, I mean, I think you have a very nice start. You have a good hardscape. It becomes very difficult to make a nice tank if you don't have a good hardscape to base it on, but here you definitely do. It's a lot easier to replace and add a few plants than it is to completely revamp your hardscape. So I think that's great to see. I would certainly remove all of the dead moss that's up here and just... that's actually roots from a dead bromeliad. Some of it for sure, but like this cannot be roots, right? Up here, you know, this massive pile. The stuff that's hanging down here is of course roots from even a live bromeliad, but maybe some of the stuff in here is roots. But I think I would remove a great deal of that plant matter and try to replace it with living plant matter, which you would appreciate. Maybe it's time to fill up the leaf litter, but I'm also lazy with doing that, so I'm not even going to hold that against you. The walls are fairly empty right now, but there is a ficus pumila here, I think, so they're not going to be empty for much longer. And you know, it's always different from tank to tank. Should I recommend ficus or should I not recommend ficus? But in this case, I think you want this hyggelon to get covered, and the ficus is definitely going to do that. I also see this Peleonia here, and they are great for growing super quickly and covering the background, so that's also a great option. Is this Ficus sagittata, or am I just imagining that this is a weird perspective? If it is, then you're not going to have any problems seeing this tank green up eventually. What you could do is you could lead the ficus towards the wall, because now it seems like it's not really finding its way there. I would probably lean one of the vines up against the wall if I were you, but that's kind of optional, I suppose. But you know, this one that's trying to find its way to the middle, it's going to keep growing. Eventually it's going to attach itself to this wall, which I guess is not where you want it. Maybe it is. But yeah, you have a great start. You have a very interesting hardscape where you utilize the height in a unique and efficient manner, which is great. I really want to know what this plant is. I really cannot see now that it's right beneath the lights. My first instinct would be some type of fern that's just squeezed up against the top, but seeing that it's only one leaf, I get very confused. I'm not going to put in a guess on that one. But yeah, I think you have a great potential. I think a 7 out of 10 is suitable for now. You have an interesting hardscape. We have a bit to prove once the plants have grown in a bit more. You mentioned Ficus radicans. I'm pretty sure that's a synonym for Ficus sagittata, as it very much seems to be the exact same plant that I have, but I think I've seen the name radicans being used more in the US and sagittata being used more in Europe. I don't know which one is correct at all, to be honest. The brown blood at the very top is coconut fiber to cover up the spray foam. Okay, yeah, maybe I've just been very wrong about this. It still looks more to me like a cushion of something rather than like a thin layer of coconut fiber, which you would have like on top of that stuff. But sure, maybe I'm just wrong. You could probably get moss to grow on top of that coconut fiber if that is the case, as long as you don't have just like deciliters worth of dead moss at the top, because that would be very annoying. But yeah, nice to have you in the hobby. Very fun to hear about how you got into it as well. The fern was a mistake. I can certainly see that. Plebodium aureum is an interesting fern. I've had it in the past and I don't want it ever again. but having this one leaf is kind of cool, you know, just letting it pop out some leaves. I remember my experience with that fern was that it seemed to die off completely, but I didn't throw it away, and then the whole thing just grew back eventually, and then I got rid of it because I thought it was ugly. Anyways, I gave this one a 7 out of 10. Once it's very well grown in and the walls are completely covered, then I might be ready to give it significantly higher, but for now I'm going to give it a 7. I can see the vision, you have a great hardscape, it's gonna be really nice in a while. And now we have the final tank before I can be quiet for 5 minutes while adding more tanks. There will be a few more hours until I can rest. It's 20 minutes to midnight my time here in Sweden. Anyways, this tank houses a pair of Dendrobates tinctorius assyrius. And I'm going to say it for another time in this video. I've said it so many times. It looks like this person knows what they're doing. This is a good looking tank. You have plant choices that make sense to me, and you have a very nice hardscape. Even though it's super simple, you know, there's no advanced custom-made background, you don't need to have an advanced custom-made background. You figure out a way to do it regardless. With this corkbark piece and just corkbark tubes in a nice pattern. I can see a vision for when plants start growing here and they kind of almost hang down like, what was I going to say? I was thinking about the English word and then I forgot about it. Hanging down from like a plateau would be quite nice, like cascading down. I see Peperomia emarginella here in the back and I'm loving it. It's a great plant, and in a few years you're going to have a lot of Peperomia emarginella in here and it's going to be wonderful. You're going to love it. I think the philodendron, this must be El Choco Red, right? I think that one is going to outgrow the tank for sure, and you will have to consider maybe not removing, but you're going to have to trim down the verrucosum very frequently. When it gets going, but honestly having verrucosum cuttings frequently is not something that I complain about. You can sell them and that's good. I also like the moss here. It seems like you're keeping it alive well, but you still have plenty of leaf litter. It's just a really beautiful tank, to be honest. I'm a big fan of this one. I'm not going to talk too long about it and keep repeating myself. But this is a great inspirational tank. I really like how the frogs will have so much shady areas here in the back where they can get away and feel secure. A bold species like Dendrobates tinctorius just won't care, to be honest. It will be out regardless. But if you kept something shy like Phyllobates vittadus, something like that, something that can be shy in many cases, then they would feel really secure in here when they can always get away into these places which are, you know, in the shade basically. So yeah, great tank. 8 out of 10, I think. 8.5, no, 8. 8.25 out of 10 is my final score for this one, because I cannot decide what whole number to give it. Now is the time for me to add more recently submitted vivariums to the stream. I will try to be very fast, and I'm going to be much faster than usual now that I'm forcing you to send 1 picture instead of 3, and I'm not even trying to accommodate you with adding every single picture to my slideshow. It has saved me so many hours that you're only sending 1 picture each. And I do appreciate when some of you send me multiple images if you actually have something useful to show me in the others, but I'm just picking whichever looks the best and using that one. So I'm going to not turn off the stream, but I'm going to put up an intermission screen on it, and then I will be back in, it shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, to be honest. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm expecting some viewer drop off until then, but feel free to keep the stream open so YouTube doesn't stop recommending it and think it's dead or something. Quick, everyone submit another. Please don't do that. how do we send one in the future? You can check out the description for the instructions. My instructions are basically always the same, except for the fact that at the start people could send unlimited pictures, and then it was 3 pictures, and then it's 1 picture now. The next time it's 0 pictures, you're going to have to describe your enclosure in words. I'm just kidding, you're not going to have to do that. Yeah, it's basically the same instructions every single time. If you just miss sending it to the screen, because I'm not going to add more after, like, if you send it within a minute, it's going to be included, but otherwise it won't. If you really want your enclosure reviewed, feel free to send it in my Discord server, which there is a link to in the description as well. But without anything else to say, it's time to wait for a while. I put this screen in my slideshow, but I have also another screen in OBS. Maybe I should just leave it on this, or if I change to the other screen, my camera and microphone will be deactivated, which might feel good. But I will be back in about 5 minutes, ready for the final few reviews. I hope to see you in 5 minutes. Okay, I think that we are back. Oh, I shouldn't be spoiling everything. I hope people don't have a too destroyed attention span by all the speed in today's society. So I hope you're excited for a few more enclosures before we finish this off. I just want to check how many are still viewing. Still 14 viewers. We lost half of the viewers during the technical break, which isn't too unexpected. Honestly, I would also have stopped watching the stream after the random like 5 minutes break or something. But we are back stronger than ever, and we are going to take a look at I think I went to number 30, so we should have 6 more to go because we did up to 24. I also got a glass of some Coke. Some Diet Coke to keep me awake, because I'm going to need that at this point. Anyways, it's not Wednesday today, but I love Wednesday Frog. It's an amazing meme. It's so funny to have seen this image like in serious places before this started appearing as a meme, as just, yeah, that's the picture I associate with this species, whatever they're called in English. We call them budgetsfrog in Swedish, or budgetsgroda. I don't know. Which is a hilarious name. Anyways, says 22 here. I guess that's good. Maybe my YouTube analytics are... Oh, we have 20 now. Why did it increase with 6 viewers now that you just knew I was back? People cannot have had notifications on to come back to the stream. Did my mic sound weird? I had it lying on the table instead of on my shirt. Let's see if the shirtless thing is still happening. I don't think it is. I'm sorry, but actually keep expecting it, because then you'll keep watching the stream, and I want viewer retention, because that's good. Yeah, jokes aside, if you don't want what I'm talking about, watch the beginning of the stream. Not now, of course, because now it's a current part of the stream. Anyways. Now we have the first, or well, 25th submission. This one houses a chameleon gecko. Eridactylodus, or no, not houses. This person is planning on buying a chameleon gecko, or Eridactylodus agricola. I think that's how it's pronounced. Something along those lines. To be totally honest, my first instinct when I saw this enclosure was, wow, this is great for an animal that wants a very high humidity, very moist environment. Maybe I wouldn't say it's perfect for dart frogs given how much moss there is on the ground and the lack of leaf litter, but I really wasn't thinking this would be an optimal setup for a New Caledonian gecko. Maybe it is because it was freshly misted and all of that, but it just feels really off to house that type of animal in here. For an arboreal gecko that comes from a forest, which I wouldn't... It's not like rainforest is a definition that's up for debate, but as far as I know, it's... I think, because they are also from New Caledonia, their husbandry is similar to crested geckos, right? I could be completely mistaken, but I don't think I am, because I was looking into buying a chameleon gecko many years ago and didn't end up doing so. In general, I just think this enclosure is too humid, and of course pictures can be misleading when you have a freshly misted enclosure or something like that, but given how much moss you are successfully growing in here, I have a hard time seeing that this is a suitable enclosure for that type of lizard. Exactly, it's basically temperate forest. I'm not sure if the definition temperate is entirely accurate either, because I don't know how many seasons they have. But this does feel off for the future inhabitant that you had intended for this tank. And I think you can find many other animals that will appreciate this much more. Something else that I want to point out is that I like to do this type of scape for dart frogs, not with this excessive amount of moss, but still, but this type of scape where, you know, you have the background, on the back and on the sides, you have quite a bit of open space. I mean, sure, there's a lot of shade here in the back corner behind all of this, but still. But for an arboreal gecko, I would go a completely different route. I would try to throw in as many branches and stuff like that as possible. I was talking about, we had this crested gecko tank earlier today. Was it, where was it? Why can I not find it? It's a bunch of golden pothos in that tank. Yeah, here we have it. This would be an excellent enclosure for a chameleon gecko. This is for a crested gecko, which comes from a very similar environment. You see in here how like every single part of the upper half of the enclosure is utilized by branches, by this overgrown golden pothos that's just squeezing towards the top in every single place. If this was a dart frog tank, I would honestly say it was ugly and not give it a very high score. But for a crested gecko, an arboreal lizard, it's going to love it. This is a very, very good environment. And you can definitely take inspiration from a tank like this for a chameleon gecko. So, I mean, it could use some modifications. You could add a bunch of cork bark tubes, but you really don't want this open layout at all for an arboreal gecko. They want a very different style in their vivarium, I would argue. I've had kind of a different mindset for some of the morning gecko tanks we've been looking at when they have been massive and have been dart frog cohabs and all of that. We had this tank a while ago. I mean, sure, not every single inch is covered in branches. It's a more open layout, but this is also a huge tank for tiny, very, very tiny geckos. So that's, you know, a bit weird if you look at it that way. Anyways, I saw a chat message from you. Which dart frog would it be suitable for? For it to be suitable for dart frogs, I would remove like about half of the moss from the ground and replace it with leaf litter, because any dart frog would appreciate that. And maybe I would make sure that not every single spot is covered in like thick and this kind of bushy moss, because that's very difficult for them to climb on, especially for thumbnail frogs. But I think I had to check what size you mentioned in the email really quickly. Was it here 30 by 45 by 60 centimeter? I think some Epipodobatus would be great in here. Given that the bottom, given that the footprint of the enclosure isn't too big, it's 30 centimeters wide by 50 centimeters deep, which is a size that I use for some thumbnail frogs. I wouldn't pick anything massive. I don't think Ranitomeas are the best beginner frogs because they're often super shy and not always the best to take care of, but it's definitely too small for, say, Dendrobatus species in my opinion, or like the big Phyllobatus or anything like that. But I could definitely see a group of 4 like Epipodobatus anthonia being perfect for this setup. If you remove like half the moss from the ground and replace it with leaf litter, then that would be a great setup. Just for a chameleon gecko, it's a very different type of layout than I would use in a tank for that sort of animal. I'm not sure. I'm considering if you saw my previous collection tour, you can also see my crested gecko vivarium. Of course, a chameleon gecko is much smaller, so you're working on a different scale. But that enclosure is very different from most of my other ones, given that, you know, I try to use every single like leader of the enclosure, as in the measuring unit leader for the Americans watching. I try to use every single part of the enclosure, so you cannot put your hand in it and like have space for it. I want everything to be overgrown. Then I think the enclosure was recently trimmed in the collection tour because it was starting to get very overgrown. But if you compare that to, let's say, my biggest dart frog enclosure, there are 2 completely different setups, and my crested gecko would be super sad in my biggest dart frog enclosure, even though it's twice as big as her current enclosure, which is more suitable for a crested gecko, simply because that enclosure is just yeah. I see a chat message that this looks too wet for a gecko, but if you added a lot of hardscape and increased ventilation, it could work. I could certainly see it working. I think it could work on the cost that if you put it on suitable conditions to work, I think all of your moss is going to die. At this point, sure, you could massively alter the state of the enclosure by adding a ton of corkbark tubes. In my opinion, because I'm a biased dart frog keeper who think dart frogs are way more fun, I think at this point I would just go a different direction with this enclosure. But that is of course only if you have a genuine big interest for dart frogs. I'm not saying that you should get an animal you're not interested in, that you're not super passionate about, just because you happen to have a good enclosure for it. I mean, if you really want a chameleon gecko, then by all means go ahead and modify it slightly to have lower humidity and many more branches, many more plants, many more climbers that utilize the full volume of the tank. You don't want any space to put your hands in the enclosure and do this, if you get what I mean. Like, it's difficult to explain, but you don't want to be able to do this in a tank for a gecko, if that makes sense. That's a frog tank, which only houses babies right now, so it's a bit weird, but I think you get my point. It sounds like I'm bashing on you because I'm repeating myself. That's not my intention. It's just that I'm trying to find better ways to phrase myself, so it's clear. But I think you have the two options. If I was grading this as a tank for a chameleon gecko in its current state, I would give it a very low score. I would give it like a 4, to be honest. But for a future frog tank, if you replace some of the leaf litter, I think this is a very nice looking start. There are of course other frogs than dart frogs that you can consider for this tank as well. You could consider something terrestrial possibly. Maybe some tree frog would be nice. Those tree frogs would probably appreciate some other leaves that they can climb on in the upper half of the tank, but you know, once the plants have grown in, they can partially take care of that for sure. As judging it as a tank for suitable inhabitants, I think this is like a 6.5 or 7 or something like that. But for a chameleon gecko, it's way lower simply because it's currently not adjusted to the needs of that species. But once again, I think you have many different options. It's very much possible to convert it into a nice enclosure for a chameleon gecko. It would have to be much drier. Your moss is probably going to die, and you would have to add both more branches and more large-leaved plants that would climb all of these branches. Like golden pothos is great, some nice philodendrons or monsteras are great if you think golden pothos are too common. You have plenty of options. So I'm going to stop repeating myself and say that this gets 7 out of 10 as an enclosure, if you don't put chameleon geckos in here in this current state. Next enclosure is this one. This is a very unique submission, and when I tell you what's living in there, well, you can see on the screen, it's even more unique for this stream. I think this is the first toad enclosure we have ever reviewed. We have seen some Pac-Man frogs in previous renditions of this live stream, but this should be the first toad, I'm pretty sure. I have some cookies as well. Nice Saturday snack in the evening. This is a really cool looking tank. I usually hate these palms. I think they're called parlor palms in English sometimes. You call it bergspalm, which is like mountain palm in Swedish. I usually hate these in almost all vivariums. I think they don't fit into the... Not that they don't fit into the jungle vibe, but usually they are very different from all of our other vivarium plants and somehow ruin the feeling for it in a way. But to be honest, I really like it in this one. I think that's because you have so much of it and these plants are so big. One thing that I mentioned when I was setting up my biggest enclosure, and I might have mentioned it in my complete plant guide as well, is that when given the opportunity, I like to have several plants of the same species, because that makes, you know, here you have a forest. It feels like, okay, this is a forest where the parlor palm lives, basically. When if you would have had one of these plants in some random spot without the two others, I don't think I would be as much of a fan, to be honest. It definitely wouldn't contribute as much, but now you have a jungle of parlor palms, and I'm loving it. I think this is looking great. You have a super overgrown Ficus pumila quercifolia. I don't care, it's beautiful. I also really like how it's covering everything on the ground as well, and growing just a tiny bit here on the glass across from this. This guy also mentioned or this person also mentioned in the email that the background it has some core of foam or whatever. I don't know, and honestly don't care if it's expanding foam or styrofoam, both work. But it was covered in some cement, I think. Or was it actually covered in cement, or was it just painted with cement fix somehow? I think it was some nice solution like that, at least. Yeah, that's... this is just such a unique enclosure, very different from everything else I have reviewed. I'm not an expert on toad keeping, but for all I know, this seems like a great tank. I think it's a pretty big one. It looks like 90 centimeters wide or something like that. I feel very hesitant handing out super high scores to a tank that's this simple. Well, there is an advanced background, and if we had seen more of that background, maybe it would have gotten a higher score, who knows. But the vibe is just so unique. I'm gonna give this a 9 out of 10 as well. We have given out so many 9s today, but I guess that's a good sign for all of you, my dear viewers. This is such a cool tank. I would love to see more of this tank in my Discord server as well, if you would join and post it there and see the frog. I just saw Southern Toad, and if this was sent in advance, I would Google what Southern Toad is and try to like look it up ahead of time. Maybe I'll do that live right away instead. Southern Toad. What is... Oh, it's this one. I'm not familiar with the common names of especially American toad species, because I guess this one is American, right? Is it? Because I've never seen it in Europe. Or wait, is this the Swedish one that's here in Europe? No, it's the US one. Yeah, sure. Southeastern United States. It's kind of some images were similar to a species that we have in Sweden as well, with a big line from the nose all the way to the back. But yeah, that was fun to see, actually. That's nice. But yeah, a very unique tank. I'm going to give this one a 9 out of 10 for sure. Such a fun tank to see. It's very simple. I think you have like 4 plant species in here. It's the creeping fig, it's the palms. There's something growing here on top, and also some thicker leaves here, but I don't really know. Oh, that's a big chunky like wooden stem on this plant. That's... Yeah, this tank made me really happy to see, to be honest. It's just a fun enclosure and I'm sure that Toad is having a good time in here. I have at many times, a long time ago, I haven't really considered anything besides dart frogs and tarantulas recently, but I have been looking into the toad hobby. Toads are awesome animals. We used to have a toad in our greenhouse when I lived at my parents' house, which came back to the greenhouse every single summer, and then he went to, do you say hibernate, or are there several words with slightly different meanings? I think hibernate in our pond, which is like 200 meters, no, not that far, 50 meters away from the greenhouse. So he went out of the greenhouse, went to the pond, hibernated, and then he came back to the greenhouse every single summer, and you could see it was the same toad because he had some marking underneath his eye, and he came back for many years before he eventually stopped coming back, so I assume he died at some point. But he was having a good time in our greenhouse. It was warm there, and he had figured out that he could get a bunch of dead insects there. But you know, since he passed away, I have kind of felt like, you know, a toad would be fun, but they're also big animals. They need plenty of space, and I would much rather give that space to like a tiny Pumilio that's going to be super happy, or some bigger dart frogs, of course. Anyways, this tank gets a 9 out of 10. I've said it several times, so it's time to move on so we can all get some sleep. And this is another enclosure submission. I don't know why I said another enclosure. Of course it's another enclosure. This is an enclosure review. Here you can at least see everything, and this enclosure was currently empty. I think it had some isopods or springtails, it might have said in the email. I'm not entirely sure, but it's an empty tank at least. And I guess I get quite happy about seeing so many empty tanks, rather than seeing tanks that are way too fresh for being suitable for animals. So I see a lot more people sending in their tanks that are still empty, even though they look great. They could probably house animals. This one could definitely house animals if it's the right animal. But, you know, I really like the slow approach to the hobby. You know, let it take time. Let it take the time so that you truly look forward to getting those frogs. And then when you get those frogs, it feels all exciting and all of that. It would feel exciting regardless, but it's going to feel even more exciting when you feel truly satisfied with the enclosure you're putting them in. You're going to be second guessing yourself less. Let the hobby take time. That's a great piece of advice for somebody who might not be that old, but I have been in the hobby for 11 years now, in a few days from now. Anyways, it was made without an animal in my mind, so I probably won't add any. If you're enjoying this tank without any animals, then that's great. Keep going. The tank looks very beautiful regardless. I wish I could also enjoy tanks without animals, but I have so many animals that I want, so they don't stay empty for too long. There are certainly animals you could put in here. I would say the water feature is far bigger than what would be ideal in a dart frog tank, but there is plenty of land space. I also saw a vampire crab setup that we're going to talk about soon, so that's also an option that you have. But if you're enjoying it without animals, then amazing. Keep enjoying it. I saw a comment about this one being very unique. Maybe it was about the previous one, but I think this one is also very unique. I think this is an orchid, right? This should be an orchid. These orchid leaves were really something that caught my eye as something very unique. I don't always like plants with weird colors, but honestly, this one's is fine, to be honest, with me. I love the Dahlia. That's always a good sign. One of my favorite vivarium plants, or well, I don't have any at the moment because I've killed all of it and haven't bothered buying new ones, but I should at some point. It died when I was moving it from an enclosure to another and didn't bother caring for it. You have beautiful vibrant green moss growth here in the middle, which is great to see. I think this is Ficus quercifolia, right, in the back, and some peperomia. This doesn't look like Peperomia marginella. I think these leaves are too big for that. I feel like the tank is divided into 3 sections, and I don't mean just water and stuff, but it's very green here in the middle, and then you have purple leaves here, and you have purple leaves on this side. Maybe not super purple, but at least not a trace of green on this side. That's not a way that I would set up my vivariums, but honestly, it works really well in this setup, I think. Yeah, this is a very unique enclosure in many different ways. I'm quite impressed by it, and also the moss growth has been very successful. That's a very good sign as well. Something I'm noticing is the cork bark, which is directly in water. If it was set up a year and a half ago, I'm very surprised that it's still intact. Maybe we have changed it a few times, but that cork bark, I mean, depending on what microfauna you have in there, it might be fine, but I would guess that's going to break and get eaten at some point. I don't know. Or break and get eaten by the isopods and stuff, that is. I don't have good experiences with cork bark being constantly drenched and soaked. That's not a very good thing. But I mean, if it's fine, it's fine, and you don't even keep animals in here, so there's nobody's going to get hurt if something would go wrong. And of course, it's not something that wouldn't be fixable if you would run into issues with that. But I just wouldn't put cork bark in direct contact with water. This is a very unique tank. I think this is an 8.5 still. Yeah. We have many great tanks today. I'm very impressed by all of my viewers. Yeah, 8.5 for this one. It's a very unique concept. I like how it's all green in the middle and no green to the sides at all. I wouldn't have done the same thing, but I can definitely appreciate it. We also got a scientific name here in the chat for the orchid, which is great to see. I'm so happy that the chat box eventually worked out. I always spend so much time in the beginning of every stream getting it to work, because it barely does. But that's it. What did I say? 8.5. Thank you for the submission. Very unique and inspiring tank to see. Here we have submission number 28. I think this one had no information about any inhabitants, so I have no idea if anything is living in here. But it was sent in very recently, so I guess the creator is probably watching the stream. I guess when judging it from an animal's perspective, I'm going to assume it's for like dart frogs or something similar. I might just judge it as a tank, to be honest. That's just going to be easiest. Like it could be dart frogs or some really tropical gecko, not some more temperate one like the chameleon geckos, because this looks really moist. But yeah, whatever it is, I think this is an interesting looking tank. You have plenty of colorful bromeliads, which, as we all know, is something that I don't like at this point. And I don't even know why I keep saying it, because it doesn't matter what I like, but I don't like it, and I'm going to say it because it's my stream and you're watching it. But we have plenty of Ficus pumila. Making a nice jungle is absolutely not... it absolutely doesn't have to be more complicated than just putting a Ficus pumila cutting in there and letting it grow wild. That's all you have to do. And you know, you can take the smart approach and literally just do that instead of making it more complicated for yourself than it has to be. There's absolutely no issue with that. You shouldn't feel ashamed to do that or anything. It's not something I would like to do, but still. We have some plant choices in here that I'm skeptical of, not just because I hate the color red, but this... I think it's called spider plant in English. We call it ampelilja, which is like basket lily. You know, the hanging plant pot is called ampel in Swedish. Whatever. This plant, take it out right away. It's horrible. I despise it with all of my heart. The thing is, it could die on you, but it doesn't look like it's going down that path. If it doesn't die on you, then you're eventually going to get a super dense plant. We're talking like a 10 centimeter wide base on it, which is all going to sprout out like 30-40 centimeter long leaves. And it's going to take up the entire front of the enclosure, and it's going to look horribly ugly. And it's going to get very difficult to get rid of because they have a massive extensive root system. So if I were you, I would take this plant out right away before it gets more in the way, because you cannot possibly trim this one down to keep it under control. You will have to take it out eventually, and I would much rather kill my darlings right away. And this is not my darling. I hate this plant so much. It's been so many years since I thought about it existing, but it's not a good one. We have a parlor palm here, which doesn't seem to be doing too good. And in general, either they die or they just look a bit weird and out of place somehow. But yeah, this lily, I would take it out. I don't want to sound harsh or anything, but there is no universe where you will not wish that you had taken it out in a few years if you would keep it. If you get what I mean. We see a comment that this houses Dendrobates Costa Rica, Auratus Costa Rica that is, and Epipedobates tricolor, which is interesting. Do you know if it's the tricolor that is now Anthonii? You know, the Santa Isabel tricolor, which is actually Anthonii but was sold as tricolor a very long time, or is it like the true tricolor, like the Zeolitomorph or something? I would guess it's the Anthonii because they have been known as tricolor in the hobby for a very long time. Anyways, that's a weird side note. You can respond to that if you want to, otherwise you don't have to. But yeah, okay, so this is a dart frog tank. That is great information. I don't think we can draw any conclusions based on the humidity because it looks like you just misted it. If it's constantly this soaking wet everywhere on all the leaves, then that might be a bad sign, but I really don't think that's the case. I don't see any leaf litter, and I would certainly add that if I were you. But besides that, I think this is a solid setup for your frogs. Something that's absolutely not lacking whatsoever is the plant coverage for the frogs. You know, they have so much shade, so much space to get away, which is great for frogs like Dendrobates auratus, which is not always known as the most bold frog. They can often be shy. It's kind of 50-50. Some people hate auratus because they're always super shy, and some people love auratus because theirs are super bold, and they say everybody who says auratus are shy are lying. It's a very funny divide there. But if you keep them in a setup like this, I can imagine them feeling very comfortable coming out and all of that. Yeah, I would remove this plant. I would have taken out the parlor palm as well, but that might be more so a matter of personal taste. I just noticed that you have a second spider plant back here. That one would be a nightmare to take out if you wait for 2 years until you have a huge plant. It would actually be like impossible. So yeah, that makes me a bit scared. Yeah, but jokes aside, you could try keeping it. It's not like any frog will get hurt, but my feelings would get hurt. I think I would replace those two plants with something just to fill up the space, and I would definitely add leaf litter if there isn't any, because it looks like there's plenty of exposed substrate. But I really appreciate, and the frogs really appreciate, how well grown in the plant, the tank actually is. As I said, there is so much shade for them to escape into if they want to feel more comfortable, which is great. It's something that many beginners need to take inspiration from. Then again, I just said that on the previous tank here that I like open layouts for dart frogs, and in some cases that's also true, but your frogs are gonna love this. This is something that a chameleon gecko would also love if we ignore the humidity part of the equation, though I think they would want more branches and not just leaves, if I'm just guessing on my gut feeling. That was just a separate conversation we had before. I just thought I would bring that up. Anyways, yeah, I would remove this plant, the spiral plant, maybe the palm. Actually, my face cam has been in the way for the parlor palm partially. Here you can see it. Maybe I would replace them with something. I cannot really think of anything off the top of my mind. Maybe some vine like Monstera adansonii or something could be a good option. There are definitely plants that are like too red for me personally, and it feels a bit messy, so aesthetically it's not a tank that I'm super drawn towards. And I think you also mentioned in the email that it looks a bit messy at the moment. It hasn't been super clean, which is totally fine. I mean, it will mean that the review score might be a bit lower, but you really don't have to keep your tanks super well cleaned and trimmed all the time. That's, as long as your frogs are happy, that's the most important thing. It's very reasonable. But yeah, I think I'm giving this a 6.5. From the frogs' perspective, if we ignore the lack of leaf litter, because that's important, if we ignore the lack of leaf litter, this is amazing from the frogs' perspective, because they have so much secluded space. The volume of the tank is very well utilized. They have so many bromeliads to get into and all of that. But aesthetically, it's not really cutting it for me. I mean, you have done it in a simple and smart way. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that, but it's not the prettiest one. So I think 6.5 out of 10 feels reasonable for this one. And I've been very harsh on the scores today because the competition is freaking high. So nothing, yeah. Nice tank, thank you for sending it in, and time to move on to the penultimate tank of the entire video. And this one is a banger. This one also had no information about what animals are kept in it. I think this person actually just wrote nothing, but I will see if I can... Oh, they did write... No, they didn't write something. What? Actually, this is not the penultimate one. I have... Oh, I have 31. I thought I had 30. What did this person write? Yeah, okay, so this is a paludarium apparently, which is 1.5 months old. And this is their first paludarium. Congratulations on coming into the hobby. You're still here, currently only isopods. That would not surprise me all that much. How are we 33 viewers again? That's nice. Usually there are like 5 watching at this point after I've taken the break and everything. Anyways, what was I saying? Yes. This tank currently only houses isopods. I wouldn't have been able to tell you that this was a paludarium if you hadn't told me. It would be weird if I told you, the creator of the tank, that it's a paludarium, but yeah. In the water part there are some tiny water frogs. That is interesting. What type of water frogs? Is it like clawed frogs or something? Yeah, anyways, where was I? Yeah, I cannot see where the water feature is, but I'm sure it's somewhere. Or maybe it's just a vivarium and you're mixing up the terminology. I don't know. I'm guessing it's a paludarium. I think this is a good looking tank. It does look kind of messy if you compare it with a few of the other enclosures. Or like, yeah, I shouldn't be comparing too much the enclosures with each other, because that's kind of douchey. But I think there is some value to it still. Like, we've had many similar paludariums which should look similar in theory, but actually look quite different in some way. Yeah, it does look kind of messy. I think a contributing factor is the fact that there is quite a bit of moss which is not green and alive. I had a similar comment about a previous tank. I would personally remove all the moss that's not like actively alive if I were you personally. That's not something that you have to follow if you don't want to, but I would remove all the moss that's not living and hopefully get it replaced by living moss. You know, you can have a tiny bit of it remaining that the new moss can start on to get the moisture balance up. But I think those like brown little things kind of contribute in a bad way to making it look a bit messy. But another part of it is just that it's not grown in yet, and I can imagine that when these tree fern panels are covered in moss, which they seem to be on the way to be, and the hygralon in the back is also covered, it's going to be a very different tank, and it's going to look way better when you see so much green. Because right now there's just a lot of mixes of various brown colors, it feels like, but that's definitely going to change over time, and I think you're going to have a wonderful tank in like, I would say it's going to take a long time for this tank to grow in, because you don't have any super fast growing plants. The Paleonia though is super fast growing. That one is going to grow a lot, though it is easy to trim down once the other plants have you know, caught up with it. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, this is a fast-growing plant species, but most of them are on the slower side. But I think in... wait, this was only 1.5 months old? Now that I'm thinking about it, that's quite impressive. In a year from now, this tank is going to be very wonderful. I think the competition today is very high. This is a massive tank, and massive tanks naturally get like a point buff. So it's... yeah, it's very difficult to stay fair, like if you have a perfectly set up smaller tank versus a massive tank, but this is a well-scaped big tank, I would say. it looks so messy right now that I cannot give it like a super high score, but yeah, I still think an 8 out of 10 is reasonable. Maybe like 7, 7.5, 8. 7.75 is the final score for this one. And I can imagine it's going to be a very high score whenever it's actually grown in for real. You have a long way to go, but it's going to be nice when you can look back on it eventually one day and feel like you're done. So yeah, 7.75. It's, you know, it's a good tank when I cannot decide between whole numbers what I'm going to give it. And now we have the penultimate tank, 2 left on this live stream. This is an enclosure that houses Ophaga pumilio Man Creek. I was gonna say I don't know what to say about this tank, but remember the philodendron burley marks that I've been talking about this entire live stream? Here you have it, I think. If this is not burley marks philodendron, then I would be embarrassed. But I'm 90% sure that this is it. Though this leaf has been cut off, it should have like another ear here, if that's what you want to call it, but whatever. Here you have it. It's going to grow fast. It's not a plant that I would want in my pumilio tanks personally, but I love it in my crested gecko vivarium, and if you want to go for that aesthetic, your frogs are going to be happy as well. We have another parlor palm, and we know my opinion on those. There is a whopping 1 tank that I've seen, I think literally ever, that I think they work well in, and that's this one. Normally I'm not a big fan. That nozzle is holding on for dear life. Do you mean this one or some, or like one of these two? Is it right 29 or 30? Which submission you're referring to, because I don't actually know which one it is. But anyways, this looks like a somewhat freshly planted enclosure, so it definitely has a long way to go before it's not super freshly planted, but somewhat on that side at least. The upper half of the tank is still essentially empty so far, but that's definitely going to change in the future. I just noticed we have a Solanum back again, the famous Solanum Ullianum from the Vivarium review series. It's a very popular plant. We had a massive Solanum Ullianum tank last time, which was, I don't know why I'm even bringing that up. I've failed so many times to even find the same tank, and now I'm just trying to find a new one. I seriously still cannot find it. We had a paludarium last time with a bunch of Solanum, and that was super cool. I just wanted to bring that up. It was set up in October. That is, yeah, that's fairly recent. You have plenty of time to go. I also noticed the Begonia prismatocarpa. It takes a while until it gets going, but when it finds a place where it has plenty of moisture, but not too much so that it rots, then it's just going to grow really wild, or not too wild. I love this plant so much. It's a great one. I do see some markings on the leaf of this fern, and honestly I am getting a bit suspicious, because this looks a lot like the sort of chemical marks that you get on leaves whenever you have silicone in the tank that hasn't cured properly. That's something that will occur sometimes. I don't know if that's the case here, and if it's been running for that many months, I don't think it is, but that's my immediate reaction. When it looks like the plants are almost melting back like this, then it's often because of chemical burns, and that's something to be concerned about. It takes a stupidly long time for silicone behind cork bark sheets to actually cure. It's not 24 hours at all. It's like 2 weeks before the tank stops smelling like freaking garbage acid. It takes a very long time. So, and it's something I've struggled with before when I have planted a tank too early and you get these chemical burns right away. We have a nice philodendron, I guess melanochrysum here in the back as well. Great plant, kind of underappreciated, I think. And we also have the nice egg laying sites here. My pumilio have ignored this one, to my surprise. I thought they would love it because they have so much garbage. Because they have so much garbage bromeliads in my tanks, which are not good for egg laying. But yeah, Yeah, it could also be that it's straight against the wood piece. Some plants would melt back very quickly. I feel like this fern with this like glossy leaves, maybe glossy isn't the right word, but like very shiny leaves, shouldn't be too affected by it. If it had been something with like a velvety leaf structure, then I would definitely agree that this is probably because of sitting on damp wood, but it definitely looks the same way as chemical burns, so it doesn't make sense that it would be chemical burns right here. So I think you're right, to be honest, but it looks a bit suspicious. I accidentally spoiled the final enclosure. That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, the parallel palm is not something I'm a big fan of personally, and I think you could find many more suitable plants, but it is kind of bushy. It kind of works still. Yeah, I guess it's fine. What else? With time, this is just going to get more grown in. Maybe I would add another climber to the right wall, because none of these plants are going to find their way to the right side anytime soon. If you want them to eventually, you know, climb up against this wall, I would probably take some. I don't know if I'm recommending ficus to this tank, maybe quercifolia, but I don't think I would put ficus pumila in this one, because you have a bit too many decently cool plants in here. Maybe the Paleonia, it would be perfect if you made a cutting of like 5 leaves from the Paleonia and you planted it right next to the background, so it will start climbing on it eventually. The frogs love the palm, sleeping in it every night. Great to see. If they love it, then don't remove it by any means. I guess I'm the one who doesn't love it, and that doesn't really matter. I mean, for now, when the tank is so not grown in, maybe it is a great idea to have this type of parlor palm. Then when they have plenty of other leaves, when everything else is a lush jungle, then it might have to go in the future if you decide that. And it is going to get bigger, so it's a good idea to let it grow at that point. But yeah, my animals seem to like everything I don't like and dislike anything I'm proud of. That I think we can all relate to that. My Phyllobates vittatus decided to lay eggs behind their custom tree that I built for them. Because they can get behind it, I wasn't able to close it off and decided to just leave it completely open instead, so they can easily get in and easily get out. They just went down. They went up 90 centimeters, down like 85 centimeters, found a flat high styrofoam piece which is exposed down there, and just laid eggs on it, and I can never reach them in there. I could just see it from a tiny little viewing place. Just, oh, okay, they have eggs in there. That's fun. Why are you laying eggs on a concrete covered piece of styrofoam behind this tree when I have so many film canisters for you? Then at that point I wouldn't have saved the eggs. I would have killed the eggs if I found them, or at least just left them for their fates. Now I couldn't, you know, do anything about it. And I'm going to have too many vittalis if they keep laying their eggs behind there, because I cannot keep them. Anyways, I've been getting very, very sidetracked. I think you said this enclosure was 45-45-60 or 18-18-24 for the Americans watching. Which is a very nice size to keep Pumilio in. I want to get my Pumilio into something even bigger, but I'm also going to keep some other Pumilio most likely in that tank size eventually in my new rack, or in the new shelf in my new rack. I don't want to keep any Pumilio smaller than this, because they are very active and fun frogs to watch in a big environment. Like Ranitomeas, I'm kind of fine keeping smaller, but not Pumilios. So it's a great vivarium size. It's going to be greater once it's more grown in, and for now I think a 7 is reasonable. Like, it's a solid setup. Honestly, after this discussion, I think the parallel palm is increasing the score and not decreasing it, given that it still adds a sense of lushness and bushiness to the tank, which wouldn't be there when the plants are so not grown in yet. But yeah, I think a 7 out of 10 is totally reasonable for this one. And we are finally moving on to the last enclosure, which is this paludarium intended for vampire crabs. I have very limited knowledge about vampire crabs, though from the YouTube videos I have watched this feels kind of reasonable, I guess. But I think this is a beautiful paludarium. Oftentimes I can be annoyed at paludariums which don't have a clearly defined water and land feature. Sometimes it looks very messy. I would almost say this about my own paludarium to some extent, maybe not that strongly, but still to some extent. So I really like that you just have the bright sand here in the water feature, and it's very clear. You know, it's aesthetically pleasing when you have this nice divide. Obviously, I'm happy this isn't a tank intended for dart frogs, because then you would be scoring at 2 out of 10 as a final score. This is way too much water, and also everything looks drenched and soaking wet. But I think vampire crabs are going to love it, so for that you are gaining a much higher score. I think the plant choices are great in here as well, they make sense. I notice a Nepenthes in here, which is a bit funny. I would guess it's going to die because everything is so moist. It kind of feels weird. I'm assuming there's very limited ventilation in here, and I would guess that stagnant water on their leaves and all of that wouldn't be a good idea, but honestly I have no idea. I'm guessing this one is doomed, but I could be totally wrong. I hope I am for sure. You have some nice philodendron here, some nice monstera. I'm not sure which one this is, but it doesn't look like a normal Adansoni or anything like that. Some orchid. I guess this is philodendron micans. It has to be. Some other orchids. Cissus amazonica is also an interesting pick for this one. Maybe this is freshly misted or something, but I think this is a very, very wet and moist tank. And they do seem to like a wet substrate, but I have a feeling they wouldn't like their leaves being constantly wet. I think they like to partially dry up in between, but I'm not sure about that, so I could be wrong. I'm just guessing. I think this is an Anubias, which is literally just an aquatic plant placed on land as well. Yeah, I don't really have that much else to say about this enclosure. Well, I should point out that there seems to be a fancy background. We have some rocks here, which is kind of cool. I guess this has to be a spray foam background, right? I cannot imagine it being anything else, at least. But yeah, I think we're not going to dwell on this one for too long. This is submission 31, not submission 1. I have forgotten to change that. What score do we give this one? I still feel like it's a bit, we would say plottrigt in Swedish. I guess like busy, or like, maybe not busy, but it feels a bit, you know, stuff here, stuff here, stuff here, stuff here. A tiny bit disorganized, and I think if it's much more grown in, that would be a major difference and a major improvement. And of course that is going to happen over time, because this does definitely seem to be freshly planted. So aesthetically, like the stuff that's happening on land with the plants isn't something I'm super drawn towards, though I do like the distinction between the water feature and the land feature, and I kind of like the lack of plants in the water as well. Like, of course, there's some nice moss here, and there could absolutely be more, but I kind of appreciate the open water. It feels a bit realistic that way. But I think once the plants are grown in, it's going to get a much higher score, and for now a 7 is good. I think a 7 is good, because right now you can see that these plants were recently added. This is what I usually mean when I say that I like to start with tiny cuttings, which to some extent you have definitely done, and I definitely think you did so with the philodendron, otherwise you're fooling me, and congratulations. But with this cissus right here, it really doesn't look like it's grown in an enclosure. I think that's what I was like subconsciously annoyed about, or annoyed could be the wrong word, but you get my point. What I was reacting to before when I said the tank was busy and all over the place. If you look at this cissus, it really looks like it hasn't grown in here. I could be wrong, because cissus can be unhinged sometimes. but it really looks like you've taken a long vine, planted it back here, and just laid down the vine all across the tank. And it looks weird, like it has been adapted to growing in a different place and now you put it out of place. So what I would do is, honestly, I would cut back everything besides like 2 leaves or something and just let it grow back on its own, because that will look more believable in the long run. Though I could also be wrong, because scissors can be weird sometimes, for sure. But I think that's like, honestly, I think this one plant was the main thing that was annoying me. I think the other plants aren't like too busy or anything. Like the Anubias makes sense. This philodendron absolutely makes sense. This looks quite pretty. So maybe I'm just getting my head stuck on this one. I've already given this one a score. I think a 7 out of 10 is perfectly reasonable, and we are going to call it a day. It's been a long time. I think this is a record time for the longest stream I have done. I was unironically expecting to not have all that many enclosures submitted this time around, so I was thinking like I should advertise this as a combined Q&A and enclosure review live stream, but obviously that was not what I should have done. If anybody has been watching for 4 hours and 51 minutes, kudos to you, that's incredible. I thank you so much for watching the channel. And if you haven't been watching for that long, if you're just tuning in to look at your own enclosure being reviewed or some other enclosure being reviewed, that's totally fine. That's very reasonable to do. I'm very bad at ending streams, so I don't really know exactly what to say, but I hope you all had fun. I see some nice goodbye messages in the chat as well. Am I making this into YouTube videos? No, I'm definitely not going to. It's not only because I'm super obsessed with views, and those videos are the worst performing ones I have like ever uploaded, but also because I think they are just a very different quality of content than anything that I have. It's just much lower quality than any of my other content, especially when you're not watching it live, in my opinion. Like, it's so different, and I think I don't want to flood my channel with videos that I don't think are amazing. That sounded weird, but I want to really focus on quality over quantity. I have at some points considered making a second channel where I can just upload shit posts without caring about how well it will do, just upload what will interest me. Because there has definitely been things I've wanted to upload but felt like, no, this is just going to, you know, water down the good content on my channel. Like, if people are just watching me for dart frogs, they're not going to watch me do a tarantula rehouse. Like, 4% of my normal target audience will appreciate that content, and it's just going to confuse the algorithm. People will probably genuinely unsubscribe because they think it's so uninteresting. So I have considered making a second channel to upload whatever random stuff I want to, like maybe some unfiltered, unedited stuff. But for now, this live stream is still going to be on the live stream tab. It's just not going to be edited. And holy crap, it didn't take that long to edit those videos, but they did so badly that I didn't care about making new ones. But I've only edited one of these live streams into a video once, and that was like a 2-hour live stream into 2 videos that were like 10 minutes each. This is a 5-hour live stream. This would take so long, and I just keep repeating myself on every single tank. Like, I'm very inefficient in giving my criticism as well. I'm just keep saying the same thing over and over again, and yeah, I don't think I'm going to do those edited highlight reels, but maybe a second channel will appear sometime in the future, because I really have been feeling a longing for uploading random stuff that doesn't belong on my main channel. That would simply like lower the quality of that channel. I kind of have the mindset that I want every video that I upload on my main channel to get, you know, I want it to be like, if I upload something on a main channel, it shouldn't be, yes, this is the normal Tuesday upload, whatever, I don't care what this just was. I want everything uploaded on my main channel to be like, okay, it's the real deal, this is quality content, you know that you can count on it being good. But yeah, I'm sure some of you would appreciate a second channel, and honestly, now that I've said it out loud, I guess I have to follow through on it. I guess that's how it works. Oftentimes it's a good idea to just say to somebody that you're going to do something, and then it makes it more likely that you're actually going to do it. Like whenever I have video deadline, of course, video deadlines for myself to get a video out by a certain day, it's obviously completely arbitrary. Nobody would care if I uploaded it 2 days later, but on purpose I write on Instagram, video in 5 days, and then I get motivated to actually sit down and edit it and all of that. But yeah, maybe a second channel is coming sooner or later. I don't think I would upload these highlight reels from these live streams, because that would take that would take a long time to edit, and I honestly don't care about doing that. But maybe some other stuff. I have certainly felt like I've had things I've wanted to share, but that I wouldn't want to appear alongside my normal videos, or at least not at the cost of my normal videos, basically. I don't think that's the best way to like do the whole YouTube thing. The best way would obviously be to upload regularly, but there's no chance I could ever do that with what's going on in my life and my motivation and all of that. I think it's much better to upload good videos every once in a while. So that's my my rant about this. I know I sound like the most fame obsessed weirdo right now. That's not my purpose, but you know, if I'm going to spend this much free time doing this, I'm not just going to make garbage videos that are going to flood my channel with boring stuff that 5 people are going to watch. I want to upload good stuff, you know, guides that are useful always, and that stuff. Anyways, I have just started repeating myself. If you're still here watching the stream and you haven't joined my Discord server, then I think you might appreciate joining my Discord server. I know the link in the description kind of didn't work, but you can still copy it and paste it into a new tab, even though the link itself isn't actually working. So you can try that if you want to. Jack Mac, first time here. Is it your first time on the channel ever, or just the first time watching a stream? If this is the first time you're watching the channel ever, then welcome to the stream. I think this would be a weird place to start if you don't know who I am, because I normally do very different content than this, but welcome here. Feel free to subscribe if you want to. But yeah, we have a lot of fun in the Discord server, and yeah, feel free to join that one. Otherwise, don't. You do whatever you like. I sometimes upload on Instagram, all of that fun stuff. With all of that, it's gonna take me a while to find the end stream button even, so I'm not going to pretend that I will end super soon. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for all of the legends that would actually stay all the way to the end. And I will see you in some future video. I don't think I have any more videos coming before I start working again after Christmas holidays. But during the upcoming months I don't have any university classes besides my job. So I suppose I will have more time on weekends and stuff like that to spend on videos. We'll see what happens, but I will see you at some point in the future. That's it. There was the end stream button. Have a nice day, and Happy New Year for 2026. I hope you have a great year.